We're gonna see if my sound is working. I'm gonna play this song, you guys. Here's the link. I'm gonna pin it. Can you hear it? No, no, you can't because I need to share it. I'm so low budget. I'm glad I wasn't singing it. You would have suffered, children, if I had to sing this song. All right, let's try this. Give me a hell yeah. Hey, you looking for a fight? Are ya? Take that link, lady. Take that link, lady. We love us some Prince. We do, we do. Twister, I dropped the link if you want to take it. I have a couple other things I can show while I'm waiting on you. Take your time. Don't feel pressured. For real. I'm a nice lady. I am. I think that you want to come and tell your story, and I'm here for you. I am. Don't listen to May though. May will tell you I'm a bitch. She will. She'll be like, run, Twister, run. May, Twister, Poppy, darling. Hey, little Deb. Little Deb. I see you modding over at Crystal's, girl. You got it going on. Crystal, we're going to make Deb the greatest mod in the world for you, okay? For real. Because I'm like that. I'm like that. I don't get mad at my mods for becoming mods for somebody else. That just tells me what I already know. That people are taking notice of you wonderful mods. For sure. Tropicana, Steven. Oh, who else? All right. You guys never know. You never know what I'm going to say over here. And it kind of is after dark for me. It's 7 o'clock. It's another tequila sunrise. No, it's not sunrise at 7 o'clock. Please feel free to 420. Go get your popcorn, get your drink, get whatever you need. Right? May, you are just our May. Okay, May? You're just flipping May. You're fine. You are fine. Who keeps texting? Let me guess. Nobody. It's the weather. It's the weather. Lord help us, Jesus, take the wheel. Take the wheel tonight. Okay. All right. Thank you, Deb, for dropping Steven's link. We got you, Steven. Deb's got you. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Huh. Give me 1 second. I am ill prepared. Give me a minute. Hey, just because I'm getting up don't mean you're going out. So don't follow me. Okay, sorry about that. Twister, the link is pinned. What's up, Linda? Okay. Everybody sit back, relax. We're hanging out on the porch. We're going to be talking about all kinds of stuff. We are going to start with a channel that I like, that I have the link in my description, so you guys don't have to worry about dropping her link. This is Phoebe Australia. And I really like the way that she puts her videos together on the Summer Wells case. So, Phoebe, I'm going to comment on this lady. Full credit goes to Phoebe Australia. Like I said, the link is in the description. Here we go. We're chickens. What? Your chicken what? Is my... Hang on. My screen's a little dirty. Chicken SWAT? What's chicken SWAT? Poppy, you are not chicken SWAT, whatever in the hell that is. You're not. Oh, I was just going to comment on this, Twister, until you came up. So you come up when you're ready, okay? The link's in the description. All you got to do is grab it. Scratch. Oh, chicken Scratch. No, you're not. No, you're not, chicken Scratch. You are not. May May's just our... What is May May? We just love May May. We do. We don't care what anybody says about May May. All right? Here we go. And believe me, Jody had a lot to say about May May. Ho, 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 ho. May May, what did you do to Jody? She said you tried to trick her into going to Ziggy's or some shit like that. Girl, what'd you do that for? Jody said something about you. I'm stirring the pot tonight. I am stirring the pot. Okay. This is Phoebe Australia. I hope you guys can hear it and I don't have a freaking issue or I'm going to be very upset. Okay. So Phoebe begins by showing a conversation between Don Wells under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use. Purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is the use permitted by copyright law that might otherwise be infringing. That's as far as I'm going with it. That is it. Okay, so Phoebe got the conversation that I was telling y'all about between, Dudley Ajon and Donnie Wells. Now, KK was up there, but I don't think we've had a conversation about Dudley. I don't think I've talked with Cotton Candy really about Dudley. Right? Oh, quit it, May May. Stop it, May May. You ain't leaving for good. Lord have mercy. You didn't see me running you off when she said it, did you, May May? Heck no. I was like, are you sure you're talking about our May May? For real. Oh, wait, muted.
In that house?
Wow, okay.
I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm wondering. But that was private property. I don't know.
I'm not going to say
right.
I'm not going to sit here and accuse you like that.
Wow, you did enough accusing me. I'm just finally getting to talk to you.
Yeah, and I'm trying to talk
partner.
To you. Well, you ain't my partner, but I know you was high on meth. I know
Dude,
you
you
was.
high
You
on
just want to
meth.
admit it. No, I
I
don't do
did
that
meth.
stuff.
I ain't gonna.
I don't.
Whatever, dude.
I don't do
Please.
meth.
Oh gosh, this is where they're arguing about who was doing math and who wasn't doing math. What an argument, right? What an argument. So, okay. Whatever, dude.
I don't do
Dude,
meth.
you and your old lady were doing it with the kid that sort of played with the hot rails at your
Really?
house.
Wow.
Come on, Don.
Wow.
Yeah,
Hold
brother.
on.
So, I forgot about this. Dudley said he witnessed a plate with something on it. He did.
Hold on. No, hold
Don't
on.
ask
Wait,
me.
Donnie. Wait, hold on. Hey, so Dudley, if you saw them doing that with children around, did you report that?
Yeah, really? Did you report it?
Did you report that? Because one thing
Wow.
Donald has always told me, if I ever.
I told him that. Yes, I did. I told
After the fact?
TBI. I told
Right, but
Arkansas.
after, or did you report it when you
Yeah.
saw it happen?
I only seen it 2 days before that happened. It was that Friday I picked up my check. That's
Wow.
what I
Did
saw. My
you?
wife said,
Okay,
don't
but
never bring me there
hold on,
again.
Dudley,
Straight lie, dude.
hold on. No, Donnie, hold
Straight
on.
lie.
Dudley, you're saying you saw this happen. You witnessed this happen, right?
I witnessed the plate in the dope on the plate.
Okay, but what did you do that day? Did you call Child Protective Services that day?
No, I did not. No, I did not.
Why?
No.
Why? If you saw them do that,
Why didn't anybody else call Child Protective Services? Right? Righto? You've got Jody supposedly seeing stuff. You got Andy knowing about it, or Andy seeing it and Jody knowing about it. You've got Allie and her kids that saw it. You've got other people that saw it. And guess what? You want me to adopt you? You want me to adopt you? What in the heck would I do with you after I adopted you? Inquiring minds want to know. Don't answer that. Because I don't know who you are. But I'm getting ready to find out. Because I'm nosy. Oh, Lord, have mercy, girl. Lord, have mercy. Pretty sweet pea. Oh, that is so cool. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I love the picture. It's beautiful. That is so cool. Cool, cool, cool. Welcome, welcome. Yes, I will adopt you. Come on over, hang out. I'll adopt you. No problem. Okay, so. All right. There, it's like, you're on dope. No, you're on dope. I said I was on dope, but you were on dope. No, you were on dope. I said I was. No, you were. Yeah. No. Yeah. I mean, no. Right?
why did you not call Child Protective Services?
The kids wasn't sitting there by the plate. They were watching their TVs, but
right,
the
but
plate was
they're
out
having
visible.
a plate at all in the house when they are parents of children. Don't you think you would have called
them? I should have called them. Yes, ma'am.
All right.
I was messed up too. I was dealing with Don every day.
Dudley has to throw in there, I was messing with Dawn every day. Heck yeah, I was messed up. Hey, Mrs. T. Mrs. T, I appreciate you letting us know that. And because I've been kind of feisty tonight anyway, I don't think I'm going to give my opinion on that right now. But thank you for letting us know that. Right? Yeah. Yeah, too much to say about that. Of course they did. Oh, it's okay. It's okay, sweet pea. She's had me blocked for 4 years. Her block list is so long, it would probably take her 4 days to find my name on the block list to unblock me. Yeah, I'm telling you right now, this year, remain calm, did not push the Christmas tree stuff. I didn't push any of that. Not this year. Well, that's weird, Twister. You need to take that link, Twister. Get up here, Twister.
Can't visit. That's a special breed there.
No, yeah.
Get your hands tied.
You seen her do drugs ever? Or drink? You said you saw her drink those big bottles of I don't know.
Yeah,
malt
she had a plate on the table though when I walked over to get my check the first time.
Plate of what?
A plate with something lined out on it. I doubt it was cocaine. That was too expensive for them.
So Dudley doubled down on and had told Molly and them that there was a plate with something on it, that he doubted it if it was Coca-Cola because Coca-Cola was too expensive for him. And Don says, Don, I tell you, who you think you are? I got money. I can buy the crack-a-lacka without a problem. Right? Why do I need to sell my daughter for substances when I got all this money? I can just go buy thousands of dollars of it, right? Right? For sure. For sure.
And you seen her under the influence before, like at the house or anywhere? Like you ever see her like under the influence?
All the time? Why did he?
Every time. I think I drove there. I drove it 3 times, 2 or 3 times. I ain't kidding. It didn't matter if it was in the morning or in the evening. Both of them was taken. They were both under the influence of something.
With the kids there present?
Yeah, with the kids there.
And
so he says he had drove to Don's like 3 times, and that he witnessed Don and Candace under some sort of, mind-altering substance. Doesn't surprise me. Twister. Calling Twister. Go ahead and take the link. Don't you dare say, I'm going to wait until you're done. And then I'll be too tired. Take that link. Take that link. Take that link. I went on Jinky's channel earlier to watch them dress the tree for the missing, and it suddenly cut off. You guys really want to talk about Jinkies and the tree? Do we have to talk about Jinkies and the Drinkies? Do we have to talk about Drinkies and the tree? I don't really want to. Because I know that it's a wonderful thing that she's doing, but I personally found and was told a lot of things that, you guys know me. If it's something that, I step back from a lot of things only because I don't want to be mean to people. Okay. And, sometimes you just got to jump off that train. All right. Sometimes it's a party train and there's people partying on the train. The further and further the train gets away from the station, things start getting a little cray-cray on the train. And it's like, do I ride this storm out or do I jump off? Usually I just jump off. You're right, Mrs. T. Just jump right off that train. And that way, guess what? If you do it that way, you're not hurting anybody's feelings. You're not hurting anybody's feelers, right? Okay, so, math user Dudley Ajon, self-admitted math user. I don't know if he's still in jail or not, right? I don't know. But hey, he had a good ass last meal. They took him to a steakhouse. Yep, drop and roll. For sure. Okay. So Dudley, Jackie, it is so good to see you, Jackie. Last meal, yep. Dudley's last meal. He was like, give me some of that shrimp scampi. Hey, do they have caviar here? Give me a little caviar. Oh, don't forget the drinks that go with that meal, okay? I told you guys. The freaking, what was it? Foot on the ground. I don't know what they called themselves. Them bitches were eating good. They were eating good. Their people was like, oh my gosh. Do you want to turn your camera off or you want to leave it on? I can turn it off. I can't hear you. Hang on. I gotcha. You can turn your camera off if you want. You want to do that? I can't hear you though. You're muted. So that's the only thing. I just can't hear you, Twister. You got yourself muted. Hold on. No, you muted yourself. No, I can't hear you. I still can't hear you. I'll turn my camera on though. Hey. I don't know what it is. It's something with your sound. It's just something with your sound. If you need to go back in and come back in, you can play with it until it works. I'm good. I'm good with you doing that. Yeah, for some reason you're just completely muted. So I can't hear you. Okay, maybe he'll come back up. Come on back up and try it again, and I'm here for it. We're pretty laid back about that stuff over here. I've had a couple people on my panel that had never even been on a panel before. And to be honest, I really love doing that. You know, I'm like, if y'all are gonna, you know, de-virginite yourself to being on a panel, feel free to come and use me. You can use me all you want. For sure. There's nothing wrong with it. And I do produce good mods over here. I must say so myself. All right. My mods are all phenomenal people. Yeah, I do want to hear what Twister's got to say. And I hope he just tries again to come up and, you know, for sure. Like I said, he doesn't have to be on camera. And hopefully he'll get his mic fixed because I'm not sure what was going on with that, but come back and try again. If at first you don't succeed, try again. I can't use the phone without my dog howling. I have to go into another room. That's so funny. Well, I'm surprised my cat left me alone. She'll sit here beside me and start patting on me and stuff. Okay, so, Dudley, John, whatever y'all want to call him, he's seen some messed up stuff at Donna Candace's. Now, I've got this question. And Crystal, I didn't get to watch your whole live today, but I did enjoy what I seen of it. And I had stuff I wanted to say and add in there, but I didn't get a chance to watch all of it. And I didn't come into chat. I was going to say hello. Now, you know, Crystal, Crystal. Okay. All right, let's hear what else Dudley says. The Dudley miser.
With the kids
They'd be
speak.
screaming at him all the time.
Did you ever see them like in the house and just let the kids just wandering outside on their own? Summer
Do
outside on
whatever
their
they
own?
wanted.
What about summer?
He said the kids did whatever they wanted. I want you to notice the little shake of his head. So I wonder if that means yes or kind of a tilt of the head. Let me think about it for half a second, right?
Summer
Do
outside on
whatever
their
they
own?
wanted.
What about summer? Like outside on?
He's shaking his head yes, that he's seen Summer outside alone. He's shaking his head yes. Right?
The boys were in charge of something.
And I do agree with that wholeheartedly. The boys were Summer's keeper. That is the way I feel. And for some reason, I feel that feeling is spot on. Oh, I'm getting chills. Oh my gosh, I'm getting chills. It's true. I'm getting chills on that. That's true. I'm just playing. You guys that know me know I'm just messing around, okay? I'm getting chills on that too. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't help myself. Hey, Mr. A.
Not Candace. Darn.
Dudley,
Wasn't
Candace never drank around you. Yeah, she does.
Dude, you
I
are crazy,
I
bro.
think you're
Man,
looking
stop
at a lot
playing
of.
me, Don. Don't lie to me,
What I
bro.
mean?
You lying to yourself, dude. Don't lie to me, though. I
Yeah,
smell
she
it. I
does. She
saw it.
does have an alcohol problem.
Okay,
She does.
please don't.
Don says Candace has an alcohol problem, but he'll be damned if Dudley's going to say that he's seen Candace drinking. Okay? That's what Don's like. Don't you dare say you've seen that woman drinking. Right? Don't anybody dare say that Candace was a drinking at her. Now, Don can say Candace has an alcohol problem. Candace drinks too much. Candace starts drinking about 5, 6 o'clock, something like that. I can't remember the exact time. You know, Candace tends to do whatever. Don can say all that stuff, but don't let anybody else be like, I seen her drunk up there. All right. I seen her playing with her hat, acting all weird.
Don't play me. Go preach the choir. You ain't got to bullshit me.
Yeah.
I'm honest, bro. You asked me if I did meth. I did it, but I didn't do it on that day. I
No,
didn't do it on
you're
that.
I take it back. Dudley admitted doing math, but not on that day. Not on the day he got fired. Right? Don is a dog in a manger. Thank you, Deb. I believe that about the boys when the folks were out of it. I completely believe it, Jackie. I do. Owning to parental neglect, the boys were left with. Yes. Yes, Chris. Absolutely. I mean, that wasn't hard to figure out when they immediately was talking about the boys and, you know, things that they felt the boys didn't do properly or the boys did it wrong. And one statement that stood out to me that told me so much was when Don said his ass was sitting in the house. The boys came in. Summer was still outside. And he said, where's your sister? And they were like, she's still outside. Instead of getting his adult ass up and going out and saying, Summer, time to come in, he says, go get your sister. Don't leave your sister out there. That's what he said.
I did it
David.
Saturday when you wasn't there.
Yeah, I
That's when I
know.
put
You
$5
was
a
all
month.
drug out,
And it was
taking
good work, buddy.
and
Clean
you was
house.
taking that.
But I've seen him beat the shit out of his sons.
Explain that.
All three of them?
2 of them.
Which ones?
I mean, he just the one he did when he had him on the job site. I don't know, he back talked him something, backhanded him, grabbed him by his pants, gave him a wedgie, told him get outside, go sit in the truck.
He's saying, and I have to say allegedly, that Don backhanded one of the boys, lifted him up by his pants, gave him a wedgie, and told him to go outside. Now, there's a difference to me between someone saying he slapped him and backhanded. Backhanding somebody is a hell of a lot different than just smacking them across the face, right? You're making sure that your knuckles come in contact with their face. Am I right? Am I right? But I can't say Don did that. Dudley says he's seen it, though.
That was at the chocolate factory.
You know which son that was?
Josie.
Josie.
Yeah.
Josie's like
One
the
one was
best child.
smoking weed.
Yeah, the oldest one?
Yeah.
Does he want?
What he wanted.
He swears up and down that I really don't want to talk about the boys, but I mean, it's out there. Dudley said he witnessed some marijuana usage, I'll say.
He's got everybody going around.
He raped her on her 18th birthday.
Oh, trigger warning. Oh my God, Phoebe. Thank you, Phoebe. I had totally spaced this. Listen to this. Listen. Phoebe, it's like sometimes you read my mind when I'm thinking about finding something, and then you put it out. Okay. Trigger warning. This is Don Wells talking about his daughter. His daughter. I'm going to slow this part down. Trigger warning.
Wife's son. Well, as soon as she turned 18, he
Okay, wait. Let me take it back just a second.
Going around.
he raped her on her 18th birthday. My first wife's son. Well, as soon as she turned 18, he raped her on her 18th birthday.
My first wife's son. Make this make sense to me. My first wife's son. Okay. As soon as his daughter turned 18, she was AR'd, okay? And this is what he says.
Jesus.
Yeah, because he knew once she turned 18, there wasn't a whole lot she could do about it or whatever.
What do you mean when she turned 18, there wasn't a whole lot she could do about it? Huh.
On her 18th fucking birthday. Pretty crazy. There was things she could do, but she didn't go crying. She don't go crying and for all attention and blah, blah, blah.
She didn't go crying for a bunch of attention. She didn't go crying for a bunch of attention. Oh my gosh, I had something else I was going to say too. What did you do? What did you do, Don Wells, to that man who armed your daughter. What did you do to him? What did you say to him about it? Inquiring minds want to know. Right? Did you say anything to him? Lord Jesus, take the wheel, I'm telling you. Just take it from me now. Hey, let's try this again. Is that you? Is that you, Twister? Okay, I'm gonna knock you off just until you get your stuff fixed. I'm watching you. As soon as you can you hear me now? Oh, I think it's still muted. That doesn't make any, I don't know why that's happening. For real. I'll leave you up here, and if it starts working, I'll hear you. Don't worry about interrupting me, for real. Somebody just took out our mail. No way. Oh my gosh, they just took out your mailbox. Lord. She could have still pressed. Yeah, she could have. Absolutely. This is what's weird, because remember when he talked about going to prison because his sister's boyfriend had done something to his sister and it pissed him off. So he goes in that man's garage, he says, and steals everything the guy has. Truck, motorcycle, everything in that garage. He goes and sells it for cheap, he says. So in my mind, that is code for, yeah, I got a few bucks out of it. Dope money, right? So, I mean, he did all those things for his sister, but his daughter, he's like, yep, she got hard. The guy waited till she was 18, so she couldn't do anything about it. She didn't cry about it. She didn't whine about it. She didn't go crying for all attention and blah, blah. I'm super proud of her. Make that make sense.
She dealt with it.
She dealt with it.
I got to give my daughter props on that.
He's giving her props on that, but you know what, Dawn? I got a question. Remember when you accused your stepsister's husband of doing something bad to a little girl, and out of the kindness of your heart, you walked her home and you talked to her about what happened, and you know, you were a great guy by doing that, and you didn't call law enforcement or nothing, you know, because you knew in your mind that, you know, you and her were going to have this conversation about horrible things that just happened to her. I'm sorry. I can hear Don Well saying, tell me exactly what he did. Tell Donnie exactly what he did. You know, kind of in a fucking perverted way, in my opinion, allegedly, however you want to take it, wrapped up with a bow. For sure. Wrapped up with a bow.
It was right.
I will do it. I will stick a knife right in your
Oh, yeah, this is him talking to Josh.
Yeah, that
I'll
was.
speed this up.
Almost right now.
Yeah,
Please call the cops
no,
and tell them
I'm not gonna call
that
the
if I
cops.
find you, I will kill you.
Right. Well,
This isn't funny. We don't incite violence over here. It's the way he's saying it that cracks me up. Call them right now and tell them if I find you. He should have just sang it to him. If I find you, I'm coming for you, Josh. I'm coming for you. Let me tell you, Josh was not concerned that Don Wells, you know, who we don't even know if he would go out looking for his daughter. There's no way his ass is going to get in a vehicle and drive to other states to go after people. I'm just saying. But then again, who knows? You don't know what kind of people he knows. I'm just saying, that's true. You don't know what kind of people he knows.
you'll
Call them
you know
now.
that you can go to.
I'll kill you if I find you, bitch. I promise you.
You know, Don. That's
If I find you,
you know,
I will kill you,
you know,
motherfucker. This is no. You need to call the cops right now.
yeah.
Don is so mad. That reminds me. Oh my gosh. I told this story before only because I think it is so freaking funny. So Frowny got mad at me. I don't even know what the shit was over. It was so fucking petty. But Frowny got mad at me. And so I was being cool. And I go over into her chat and I'm like, look, I'm right here. If you got something to say or want to ask me something, I'm right here. She's like, keep her in here. I'm not done with her yet. You keep her ass in here. I'm like, what? What fucking galaxy are you in that I'm looking through a monitor and you're going to hold me hostage? She just wanted to call me a dumb bitch. That was it. I was like, I didn't need to fucking stay around for that. Call me that anytime. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Oh, we hear you. Real clap, real clap. How are you?
I'm good.
You can turn your camera off if you want or leave it on. It doesn't matter. I will leave that up to you, sir. So tell me about your tell me about the area that you went to. Tell me about, your stuff going on with Summer's case. I know that I watched your video of the tree trimmer trucks.
Yes, ma'am.
I watched that. And so were you just someone who, I don't want to say was like a lot of other people, but you went to the area and you videoed a lot of the area, right?
Yes.
Okay. What was it like? Because you didn't go to 110 Ben Hill, right?
No, I never went to 110.
But you were kind of just driving around the area and giving people an idea of what it looked like?
Yeah, in the beginning, I had got in with Cam and them, and I was down there just videotaping the area.
Right. Right. So you had kind of got into it, you said, with Cam and them?
Yeah, I started with Cam and them.
So let me ask you this. I don't want to jump forward, but at some point, were they basically just trying to cut you out of the loop?
Well, yeah, I had been down there. I'd went on a search with him and the PIs, and I had asked to go to 110, and Cam kept making excuses why not,
Right.
for me not to go.
Right. I would have, well, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't think Cam would have had the say on that.
Right.
And but you never met Don and Candace?
No, I've never met him.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that could have just been you know, a creator play, I'll call it, where, you know, some of those creators didn't want nobody, you know,
Well, that's what it,
stepping on their, what they thought was their territory or whatever.
right, right.
I mean, a lot of people, that was bad.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was glad that I didn't go up there, so.
I'm telling you that I have to say that I think that was a good decision that you made. People who actually went to 110, I'm not going to say all of them, but a lot of them, it changed them.
Yeah,
I mean,
it did.
well, I'm not going to say that they didn't have like addictions or something before, but yeah, 110 changed a lot of people. A lot of
Yeah.
people.
Well, Cam, he had, I don't want to say I know that he had problems before that. I know he had problems at that time.
Right. Right. Yeah, I mean, that whole situation was sad. It
Yeah.
was.
Well, I seen a video he had put on TikTok, and he seemed to be doing a little better.
I hope so. I hope the best for him. I do. I hope at some point they can, you know, do what they got to do and get their children back.
Yeah, me too.
What I seen happen too is, a lot of people, when they started their channels, especially about Summer, you know, a little bit of money wasn't hurting, but some of these people were bringing in quite a bit of money, and you know, it led them somewhere else besides, you know, anything helpful to them. So
yeah, well, the more money the people put in, the more they seem to do the substances.
right. Yep. Yeah, we've seen it happen.
And
Well,
I mean,
okay. So you were just going around videotaping the area, and because we had talked about this, I want you to have your say where so creators knew, they all basically knew that you were in the area, especially if you were with Cam and the PIs.
Right.
So these YouTube creators had to have known that you were up there, right?
Yeah, they did. See, that was the thing of it. Like on the flyers, Cam and them never bought none. Chase didn't buy none. I bought them. The first set of flyers was bought by me.
Right.
But Cam and them did not want me saying that because they were raking in money from it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I couldn't figure out how Chase even got involved in anything.
I think he just seen an opportunity.
So, well, I do know, I'm not sure how he came into the fold. I've heard a couple different things, but, he met Benny Keys, at a Mexican restaurant. They had Mexican food together. So,
and that's where I haven't spoke up. They wanted me when like Betty and all them were down there.
Right.
They tried to get me to come down there, and I was not getting in the mess because I believe it was more like a setup. They were trying to have something happen.
You're right. You're right about that. I mean, I figured somewhere along the line, things were kind of working behind the scenes. And I mean, because we had Benny going down the hill, going after and saying stuff to to Molly Golightly. And,
Right.
it was just, Molly had even Molly sent Ziggy money when she stood out there and did that first interview with Fred.
Yeah.
So I
heard-
wondered if there was possibly any way that Fred and Molly knew of each other and she passed, gave Fred to Ziggy.
Right.
That's what I always wondered. I could
Well,
be wrong.
Well, there was a lot of stuff going on in the back that people didn't know.
There was a whole lot going on in the back.
Right.
A whole lot. I mean, I don't know what part you want to talk about, but I'm sure I could join the conversation. And
Well, like I said, some of the stuff I don't mind sharing, but some of the stuff that I know and that I've seen and all that would probably be better for like TBI or FBI, not YouTube.
Right, because people need to understand that some of the stuff that was going on doesn't necessarily have to do with Summer.
Right.
You're talking about big money makers and different things like that, behind the scenes stuff. I couldn't even imagine what went on behind the scenes on most of that stuff.
Well, there was more than what people know about, and like me, where I haven't spoke up, they kindly wrote their own story
Right.
with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's going to happen. That is going to happen. I mean, if they're saying a specific thing, all you can do is either not acknowledge it at all or call it out. I mean, really, those are two options.
Right.
With me, it's like a pick your battle type of thing. Is it something that, you need to go to war with people over, or is it something that you're like, I'm not dealing with you guys, you're idiots, and
Well, Bullhorn Betty and them at the beginning, when I went into her room, she knew that I was from that area,
right,
and she wanted people to find out anything and everything they could about me.
yeah, there was absolutely a lot of, I'm not saying just about you, but when it came down to Betty and them, yeah, they wanted to know about everybody. They were running everybody that they could run to find out, absolutely.
And see, my wife, we have 2 children with autism, and I did not need that kind of threat coming my way.
Absolutely. I completely understand. I really do.
That's
And
why.
let me tell you, they can be vicious.
Right.
They can be very vicious. And if you don't give them, some, I'm not going to say all of them, but some of them, you don't give them what they want. And, women can be bitches. Absolutely. I'll never forget hearing Chase describe getting into a car with 5 females who were all screaming at him at once.
Right.
I'm like, dude, okay.
Well,
I
He-
know why them 5 women came to you, Chase, because you were stupid enough to let 5 of them scream at you at one time.
Well, I mean, he done a lot of shady stuff from behind.
Oh, I can
And
imagine.
he did take a lot of money in on the
Yeah,
well, the reward fund,
the billboard.
the
Yeah.
flyers, and the billboards.
Yeah.
And I mean, I even gave him $200 of my money toward the billboard.
Well, you know, the thing that got, well, I know that was a big thing too, because didn't a woman say she had already paid him for the billboard and then she paid for it again and then paid for it for like some extra time on it or something?
Yeah,
I heard people talking about thousands of dollars here. Okay.
yeah, that was Miss Vincent. It's on my post or shorts where she thanked me for helping and told me that she was sorry that I got into the mess that I did.
Well, you know, it's sad that that's what you have to call it, a mess that you got into when your priority was to try to do things to help find a little girl. Right.
Yes.
And so, and the sad thing about it is that wasn't everybody's priority.
Right.
And, you know, we kind of heard people would, you know, hang around the area, knew the area, they go around the area, they video. I mean, look at Scott H. Look at everything they've said and done with Scott H. You know, Scott couldn't win for losing.
Right.
He couldn't.
Well,
I've always really liked Scott. He's talked about the area. I find it fascinating talking to him about the area and stuff. He's a mellow guy to talk to.
Well,
sure.
I don't have no real bad things to say about him. I mean, I've never met him.
Right.
And on the same hand, I can't say a lot for him.
Right. Right. No, I mean, I don't know him personally either. I think he's a very easy guy to talk to and have a conversation with, but I don't know Scott. But I know that Scott can tell me about the area, and I kind of know what he's talking, not that area, but I had family, you know, from a holler in Kentucky. And so what he talks about, when he talks about generational things happening generationally, you know, on down the line from great granddaddy or whatever. I just find that fascinating. I really do. So, okay. All right. So why did they accuse you of stalking Jody?
Jody Sue, I had went down there when they done the billboard, and I videotaped like Ansley Daniels recording like with Cam and Chase, and I got a letter from Ansley about a cease and desist letter because I was showing them recording behind them.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, that's to be expected, right?
Well, yeah, I can understand. Yeah. I was new to it, and I did not know that you could not record the news recording somebody. So,
is Frank Hill? What is Frank Hill to Fred? Cousin, right? Something.
I don't know.
Distant cousin. I don't know either. I'd have to look and see if I and find out because I'm not sure. Not off the top of my head. Well,
But
this is a sad thing, and that I think was going on behind the scenes that people, you know, maybe didn't know about, was what some of them were doing to Jody.
well,
You
yeah,
know,
I mean,
there were people stalking her. There were, you know, whether people believe it or not, I truly believe her when she says people were wishing harm upon her and her family. You
right.
know,
Well, I had never, like I said, her and another creator had set up the thing of where I was stalking her. I mean, me and her had talked on Facebook Messenger, and she even wrote me November of last year wanting to talk to me and said that I could use it for the cops, but not for YouTube. So
what?
I didn't understand. She kept saying I was stalking her, but then she was talking to me on Facebook
And
behind the
you're
scenes.
sure it was Jody that you were talking to?
Oh yeah, I'd had
You
video call.
verified it, right?
Yeah, I had video calls with her.
Oh, okay. But you never went and sought her out while you were videoing the area and
No,
stuff, right?
no, I never stalked her. I never followed her. And like I said, if I would have done that, why was she talking so nicely to me on Facebook? I mean, the FBI and the TBI would have been at my door if I had done that.
Well, you know, I do, and you know, Jody's mad at me right now, but I think she can, throughout that situation, you know, I can understand where she was what she calls hypervigilant, right?
Oh yeah,
But yeah, that's ridiculous that she's gonna accuse you of doing those things and then turn around and hit you up on Facebook like your friends or something, right?
well yeah. I mean, like I said, I'd been nice to her. I mean, I'd wanted to talk to her in person, and she said she did not want her kids around, and I told her I understood that was no problem with me.
But were you in the state then? Were you in the area then?
When we were talking, I mean, I just live maybe 30 minutes
Okay.
away from her.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't want you to have to tell me where you live.
Well, no, I live the next state over, so I'm
Right.
close to the area.
Right. Well, you know, it's sad that that happened throughout this case. There were many of people that, you know, there were a lot of content creators who really tried to intimidate a lot of people who, you know, were coming out and doing things, and you know, they wanted a lot of locals to do a lot of things for them.
Right.
And, you know,
Well, I mean, I have threatening messages from Cam. I have threatening messages from Chase. And
because why?
that's
Because you knew that they were doing fuck shit, and they wanted to make sure that you didn't say anything.
right.
Yeah, that's not surprising.
I knew it, and they knew I knew it, and that's why I say about I believe people get close to what happened. I mean, I had spoke with the PIs and Cam and them, and on
Right.
my video at where the tree companies park,
Right.
I had asked them, "Do you think there's somebody with the tree company involved?" And they told me no. But then after that is when the threats started coming and all that to push me away.
Do you think that well, that is really weird. I have to agree with you. I mean, if you were if you were with the PIs and, you know, and well, I mean, I don't know why just asking that question, they would push you out of the circle. But you
Well,
don't, you know, you don't know if it's because you asked that question and it really meant anything, or you asked that question and, you know, some of these people being the type of people they are, you know, are like, let's get rid of this dude.
right. Well,
You
one
know?
of the people that had text messaged me had told me, you know, don't say nothing because it can harm the case or whatever. So,
Well, I kind of do understand that, right? I kind
right,
of understand that because if it is a topic that they think if it comes out that it might hurt something, you know, I can totally see that. I can actually hear the PI saying that,
right,
but as for the rest of them, I can see them saying, I want to talk about this first because I'm going to, you know, look who came out with it. Ziggy did, right? Ziggy did.
about what?
The tree trimmers.
Yeah, I think Burn Barrel and Miss Christine had done something on it
Right.
too. But, you know, every time you'd ask about the tree company, everybody was fast to say, oh no, they're not involved, you know.
Well, I think, you know, playing devil's advocate here, I think some people were only thinking about the initial tree trimming company.
Right.
Okay. I don't think that they were thinking about tree trimmers having subcontractors.
Right.
Right.
Well,
Where
I mean,
they're contracting some of it in, and so I do think that some people never even thought that, you know, that was even transpiring or anything. Now, I'm not saying that's what happened, but I
well,
think, you know, I think that's where a lot of people were kind of stuck in that, you know,
well,
that,
there was subcontractors,
right.
and
That's
that
what I heard. Yeah.
and that video that Ziggy done when she interviewed him, if you'll have heard what he said that they lost their contract.
Oh, no, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, they lost their contract for doing that job for them in that area. And that was not long after Summer disappeared.
And we know for a fact she was talking to a tree trimmer.
Yeah. And see, I have personal experience. I used to work with a logging company down in Bulls Gap, which is right there in that area.
Right.
So I've done tree work and I've done logging, and I know how fast an accident can happen.
Right. Well, the sad thing about it is, if law enforcement went to that address with a tip, okay, then
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, like I said, I have experience with tree work and logging, and you know, a lot of them will take like logs that are hollowed out, and if they're no good, they'll bury them, which you can easily, not saying it did happen, but you can easily put a body in one and bury it back in the ground, and nobody'd be any wiser.
well, you know, in those kind of areas, you can bury anything. You can bury a vehicle.
Yeah.
You can bury whatever you want. Drive a car right down to the bottom of the pond if it's deep enough.
Right.
Sure
But,
can.
you know, the only thing I've ever wanted is for Summer to be found or the answers to what happened.
Right. Right. Well, I agree. And I think that everybody started, you know, I want to believe that everybody who talks about Summer, you know, in that they kept her a priority and they keep her a priority when they talk about her, but it's really hard to do.
Well, I still have some of the original flyers, and at the first vigil there at the lake, there's a little stuffed Chase doll there. I bought that, and I still have that, and I've said one day I hope either in person or if something happened to be able to give that little Chase stuffed animal back to her.
Right. So you bought that for her?
Yeah, I bought it, well, for her for if she was
If she's
found
found.
or if something happened, there was a memorial, like a real memorial that
Right.
I could give it back to her.
Well, it's time. I mean, it's time that they quit messing around and just bring that little girl home. You know.
Yeah. Well, that on the one thing, like I said, there's the case of Summer, but what these YouTubers have done is made a mess of it on the other half.
Well, they've been doing that since a week after Summer went missing.
Right.
The minute that Dawn and Candace started coming online and showing people what kind of freaking messed up people with messed up minds that they were, people loved that shit. They loved it.
My thing, I told my wife I probably could not go around Dawn or Candace because I'm a father and all that, and from what I've heard from them, I would not be happy with either one of them.
Well, I mean, look at the situation. Cam and Allie said that, you know, they told Candace they couldn't come one day because the kids were out of school, and she said, bring them on over. They can play down in the basement. Nothing will happen to them.
Right.
And Cam was like, what?
Right.
What?
Well, I mean, Cam and them, I mean, it's sad that they lost their kids, but they kindly put the substances and doing like Summer's case and all that
Yes.
before their own children.
Yes, sir. I agree. Yeah.
And you know, Allie was a very beautiful, smart woman.
Oh, I know. That's what I tell people. Allie was so pretty.
Right, but now she got in that mindset of, well, if people are going to accuse me, then I'll do it.
Yeah,
and
that's not the mindset to have for sure.
Right.
I mean, that kind of mindset, you're only hurting yourself, and the other people don't give a shit. You know.
Right.
They don't care.
I mean, the one vigil down there in Rogersville, I had recorded it, was doing it live for Cam, and they were waiting for Allie to get off work, and they gave the kids junk food and soda, and the little girl actually got sick on the way down there because all they had was candy and soda.
Oh, that sucks.
And I was like, I mean, Cam was already spiraling, and
well, I heard, tell me if this is true, because didn't he come out and say that Candace jumped his ass for doing shit at 110?
That's
And-
what I heard.
And he was like, that's my anxiety medicine or some shit, right?
That's what I heard, but I think the reason they quit going up there was they were up there one day and nobody was home.
Thank you, Brenda. Yeah, I figured TBI had talked to the tree trimmers that were in the area that day. I can guarantee you law enforcement talked to every single one of them. If they were missing somebody, I'm sure that they found them at a later time.
Right.
I mean,
And well, they can, with them, they can move people in and out of the area, like the trucks. They might be here one day and the next day they tell them, well, it needs to be here. So there's
yeah,
a lot of,
because they park in a specific spot and they all take the trucks together, right?
right. But I mean, if they say a certain truck needs to go to North Carolina or Kentucky or one of them, they'll take it from there to another state.
Right. Thank you, Deb, for dropping Twister's link. Actually, I want to grab that real quick. So I'm just trying to understand why they did what they did. That doesn't make any sense.
I don't understand. I do with Cam and them,
You know, it's one thing. Let me say this. It's one thing to say, look, we're not going to use you anymore up here on the hill, or whatever, but to try to discredit you for some reason, I don't think that's right.
Well,
I just don't think that's right. But that's just me. I'm like that.
Well, like I said, I bought the first flyers, and Cam would not have had one for the video, the thing that WJHL had, if it would not have been for me giving him a flyer.
Right.
And with all the people, I mean, Jay for Justice was on her channel, and she said she was going to send Cam the money for the flyers, and she never did, because Cam showed who he truly was, and she said, no, I'm not sending him the money.
Well, the thing about it is, I'm sure they could have went to Hawkins County or even contacted TBI, and I'm sure that the flyers, they would have helped with the flyers. I don't see them not doing that.
Well, like I said, I was the one.
The sad thing about it is everybody wanted to make something off of everything that they were doing in Summer's name.
Yeah, well, everybody but me, like I said, I bought the flyers. I gave Chase $200 on the billboard. Nita, her car got tore up. I fixed it. I didn't even get paid for it. Right. And the whole 4 years, I have not gotten 1 cent from Summer's case. Right.
So when you were up there searching with them, around what area were you guys searching? Where were they searching?
We searched most of the area, like the Chimney Top Loop, other areas, but I don't know. It might have been just me. They didn't seem to be searching, if that makes sense.
They didn't seem to be searching. Were they just?
not putting effort into it. Saying that they were searching, but not really
not really
out
searching.
searching. Right.
Yeah,
But
I
they
thought
were,
I thought it was weird too that they came out. What was it like? Summer's birthday. I can't remember when it was when they brought those drones out and made a big deal that they were flying drones.
yeah.
I think it was. I
We-
can't remember if it was Summer's birthday or something like that. First vigil. I can't remember. Not the
It-
first one. It was
was
like
a-
the second or third one.
Yeah, it was about a year after that WJHL done a video with the PIs and
Right.
that first to deploy, I think it was, and they had drones at that time.
Let me ask you this because I've heard tale of the PI's wife getting too close to Candace. You know how if you're, PIs, you shouldn't get close to anyone. You should definitely just prioritize who you're looking for.
Right. Well, I have sat and seen that. Since somebody else will say that, I'm going to say I agree.
Yeah.
But I mean, I believe it's way too close, more than people would understand.
Way too close.
With Candace and them.
Yeah. And it seems like people, when, Dawn told Molly Golightly, I'll never forget, Dawn was like, come up here by yourself, get to know us. You'll see, you'll be our friends. I'm serious. They were inviting people up there saying, once you meet us, you'll be our friends. Right? I'm like, what the fuck?
Right. Well, like I said, I had asked Cam about going up there, but there was always an excuse or this or that. And I'm glad that I didn't go.
Maybe they knew you wasn't the type of person that was going to go up there and watch them behaving the way that they were, right?
Right.
Because you yourself wouldn't have went for that, right? Watching them use substances and drinking and everything else. So, I mean, it kind of took a special character to go up to 110 Ben Hill Road.
Well,
for real. I mean,
to be honest, that's why I can't speak without my dentures. Is I have a hole in the roof of my mouth.
Yeah, that's what you said.
From doing drugs, but I'm 4 years clean since.
Well,
Summer.
that's great.
Yeah, since Summer disappeared and all that, I had went and got clean, and I've been clean the whole 4 years now.
That is great, Twister. That's really fucking awesome. I'm proud of you. I am. And let me tell you guys something. I'm the type of person, if someone's working, they're getting clean, they're changing up their lifestyles, and it's not them telling you, but they're showing you. And when somebody's showing you that, it takes on a whole different level for me that, if they're working on it, God bless them for real.
Well, like I said, I have actually a hole from my nose or from my nasal into my mouth from doing that. It almost killed me, got the better of me.
Wow.
When it was happening, and that's why I got clean, because it wouldn't have been much more and I wouldn't have been here.
Well, you know what? And it's a blessing that you knew when to walk away from a situation that was really fucking with your anxiety and shit.
right. And see,
You know?
when I mentioned about Candace and her her actions, not,
Right,
but I have fetal alcohol syndrome myself,
right,
and I can tell the characteristics, how she acts, is the way I act.
right, right. Now I
And,
understand that a little bit more because yeah, you were trying to tell me that in chat, and I was like, okay, because you said you had it, and but I wanted to kind of talk to you a little bit about that. So, what part of that makes you think that? And there's people in chat that had a question about Squall, but we can do that another time, Twister.
well, that's fine. I mean, I don't even know Squall. I might have talked to her like on YouTube, but I never
Right.
got in with her. And
Well, I think a lot of people ask about her only because she was there at the very beginning, right?
right,
And so you know, the locals, they all know each other or whatever, shit goes down with all of that. And you know, a lot of people ask a lot of questions about Squall. They do.
well, I've told some people, like I say, I'm not good with writing in chat, but
Right,
I will tell you. I mean, it would be a long story. I was adopted when I was a baby,
right,
and my mom and dad, my real mom and dad were bad alcoholics and stuff.
right,
And then I got adopted, and the couple that adopted me had been to where she couldn't get pregnant. Well, they adopted me.
right.
She wound up pregnant and said, "Well, we don't want him anymore. Put him back in the system."
Wow,
And
that's so sad.
right, and my adopted father's mom and dad had my biological sister. They had adopted her, and they told them, "No, we'll keep him and her together and
Right,
raise them."
right.
So, I mean, I have, like I said, I'm familiar with what, like, the system and all
Right,
that.
right. Wow, wow.
And then like Hawkins County Department of Children's Services, like I said, I live down in Bulls Gap, and me and my ex-girlfriend, her daughter was a teenager, and we had issues with her. And the Department of Children's Services told us, "You gotta let her be an adult," and all that. And she wasn't even 18 years old.
Right.
And she went and slept with a 40-some-year-old male.
Wow.
And so we was like, y'all told us to let her be
Do
an
her
adult.
thing, yeah.
Yeah, and then she goes out and sleeps with a 40-year-old man.
Wow.
So Hawkins County Children's Services ain't very good in my book.
Right, but I mean, I understand that. And she, you know, she was, maybe they meant giving her a little bit more freedom or something.
Yeah,
I'm sure in their mind they wasn't thinking she was going to go sleep with a 40-year-old man. I would hope not. You know.
Right.
And what do you think about you know, the saying that CPS, Don especially saying CPS stole these kids?
Right.
I have a video of Candace saying that she doesn't believe that. She didn't believe what Don said, and I can't remember where it's at, but yeah, saying that she feels like a hillbilly addict come up and took Summer, and yeah, I've got a video of somewhere of her saying that.
Right. Well, I mean, the one thing Don said it was too dangerous. It was because of like Cam and them, and they had people up there doing substances, and he probably thought it was best for the boys, but then when they took them, I think that he didn't want to put the effort into getting them back.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. It just seemed that way, didn't it?
Yeah.
You know, I think a lot of dads would fight for their children, and Don gave up real quick.
Mm-hmm.
He just gave up. So did Candace. So
Well,
did Candace. Like they both were just like, oh well, you know.
Right. Well, that with I can't remember her name about what Don and Candace told her was on that CPS report or whatever. And in my opinion, they're holding something over their heads that made them give the boys up and do what they wanted them to do.
Well, I mean, obviously, now I have to say that I never saw the paperwork, even though I would like to see the paperwork and see exactly what it says. Because
Right.
I know that they were talking about, I mean, you got a playlist of the billboard.
Right.
Right there. You got a whole
And
playlist on the billboard on your channel.
right. And the search equipment that I show in the video,
Mm-hmm.
I bought every bit of that out of my money to try to search for something.
You bought all your video equipment and stuff?
I bought my video equipment, the boat, the motor, the fish finder, the night vision, every bit of that I bought out of my money. There was no money from that, or no money from Summer used for that, which, like I said, I never got no money.
Right. Well, it just, you know, I guess that Cam would have to admit why they wasn't letting you up. Well, I guess it's one thing that it would have been one thing if they were like, you know, hey, you know, they don't want to bring anybody else up on the hill. You know, Don and Candace, they're kind of burnt out on talking to people or whatever. That
Right,
would have been
but
a little bit different than to just be like, you're not allowed to be involved anymore.
right. Well, Cam acted like, you know, they would have to fit it in to get me up there, but, you know, Benny went up there after that. White Boy went up there after that. There
Right.
was a bunch of them that went up there. For some reason, they did not want me to go up to 110.
Huh. That, yeah. Well, you have to remember too that sometimes when, well, you have to understand too that like Billy, Don and Benny, you know, they kind of had the same kind of background with law enforcement and going to jail, and you know, not at the same time, but you know, in the same state, and they could talk about guards together and shit like that.
Right.
You know, so that kind of led Benny to there. He met him, first time he met him, I think, was at the airport when they were going to California.
Right. Well,
and then you've got I'm not sure how Cam and Allie came in the mix, but you know.
right. Well, like I said, Chase had wanted me to go down there. It was either that night that happened with Bullhorn and all them, or it was the night before that next day that all that went down. But
When
I
they
felt
went out to 110 or when they went to the job site?
when they went to 110, Chase was trying to get me to go down there. And when I would not go down there, he got mad. And that's when the threats started coming and all that. And I tried to tell people that Cam and Chase were taking in money and
That
not
wasn't
putting
going to
it
where it was supposed to be.
right. And that's another part of why they got mad at me, because I was trying to tell people, look, they're not using the money they're getting for
Right.
doing anything for summer.
Right.
They were doing it for their habit and just
Right.
wanting the money.
Right. Yeah, I get it. I get it. I mean, and it's sad, but that stuff did happen. It absolutely happened. I just, I've heard of Chase having an association with a couple people. Did you know? So you know Linda, right?
I did not know Linda. I did not know none of them.
Okay. Because I know, it's out there where Chase and Linda are having conversations and different shit like that. So,
Right. And that was in that time frame of where they were running Jody Sue around in the motels and all that
right.
going on.
Yeah, that was around that time, right?
Right. And I believe that is also why Jody Sue thinks that I stalked her, is because I don't know if Chase said something to her or who, but
Could have been. You never know what them people were saying to people behind the scenes.
right.
For real. I mean, a lot of them, if we looked what they came out and said on freaking social media, I'm sure what they've said behind the scenes has to be even worse than what they've said on social media.
Right.
For sure.
Well, that's like I said, I was getting threats from them, Cam and Chase, and then, like I said, Bullhorn Betty was trying to find out any information, and that's when I stepped back, because my family and my kids are more important than trying to fight with them.
Right. Well, you know how Betty is. If you would have pissed her off, she would have came at you balls to the wall. You know
Well,
that.
yeah,
I mean,
and
you know
another
how they
thing,
are. They'll
yeah.
dig up shit from 50 years ago and be like it's breaking news.
Well, I don't know how to best explain it, but I can legally carry myself, and in that situation where Chase tried to get me to come down there that night, I felt that they might be trying to put me in a very uncomfortable position.
Yeah, because why would he need for you to come down? Why didn't he just do whatever it was himself?
Right.
What were you? He didn't tell you what he wanted you down there for? He just said, "Come down here."
Right. He said that he wanted me down there. He said that Cam and Allie were on their way down there, and I don't know, but my wife and me said definitely not. We was not going to go down there, especially on 110 in the middle of the night.
Yeah, why are they calling you at the middle of the night? Because the protesters were there during the day. They couldn't film very good in the dark, so
Right.
I mean, from what I've seen, the best part of the, whatever on the ground was
Right.
when they videoed Benny coming down the driveway. That was probably the most exciting part of the trip.
Right. And I believe that I want to say it was the night before that.
Right.
So if they were all down there in that area the night before and they were wanting me down there, and then that happened the way it did the next day, like I said, it would have been putting me in a very bad situation.
Well, I mean, if the next day, if you would have been there and the protesters came, you could have just hung back and let it go on. I mean, nothing really happened.
Right.
You know, they just kind of spat back and forth at each other, and you know, that was about the end of that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. A lot of them, I mean, I've sat and watched it for the 4 years that, you know, they're online talking bad about each other, but they're in the Discord or text
Yeah.
messaging in the background and they're the best of friends.
Yes, I absolutely understand that 1000%. For sure.
And that's why I say Summer has gotten lost in all of what's going on.
Yeah, she has. I mean, you know, I try not to say anything about how people make their money for sure. It's not any of my business. I don't have to like how they make their money. But, you know, sometimes I think that Summer's lost, but then I think, hey, if they're at least putting their name out there, then that's a good thing. I don't think some of us will ever let her get lost. But I see what you're saying. She kind of gets lost in the other stuff.
Right. And you know, me, I got her flyer up in my living room on my mantle. I think about her every day, and my wife says, well, maybe you think about her too much, but I just what the people do on YouTube and all
Well,
that.
I can tell you right now, I am a person, every time I sit down at this computer and go on StreamYard to do a live, whether I'm talking about Summer or not, I always think about Summer.
Yeah.
I always do. I mean, it's just in my psyche.
Right. And like I said, I still have that Chase stuffed animal, and like I said, one day I hope to either give it to her or put it on a memorial for her.
Well, what you have to remember too is that you know, there's a big possibility, even if Summer's found, that you may not be able to give that to her. Right.
Right. And then if that, at least, I mean, I'll keep it here with me and know I had good intentions with it.
Right. I'm trying to figure out who this is. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. You never know. Hey, Lippy. But it is very sad. So when you went to the area, what was the vibe like? What was the vibe like when you drove into Beech Creek? What did it feel like?
Well, it was very quiet. I mean, probably quieter than it should have been. But, I mean, I live in the country myself. That's how I was raised. And so it's familiar to me.
Right. Right. So as you're there, okay, so you didn't actually go in the house. Were you on the property at all?
No, I never stepped. I was on the road, the main road. I never went on their property. I never went to their house. I mean, and that non-disclosure agreement, I mean, I never signed nothing like that, never
They didn't
seen
even show
nothing
it
like
to you,
that.
so they didn't even show it to you.
No, they never showed it to me. So, I mean, I was happier not being up there because there was really nothing up there. If there was no summer there, then there was no reason to be there.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, but okay, so when you looked up that hill towards 110, and I'm sure that you were at the end of the driveway. I'm sure that you also went to what they called the end of the dog trail.
Well,
In your opinion, could anyone, doing substances or not, trotted up that hill to the basement door and took Summer and carried her back down and got in a car and drove off with 3 boys and grandma and allegedly Candace up there?
no, there would have, like I've always said, I believe she made it down to the end of the driveway and either, like I said, somebody picked her up or an accident happened, and that's the dog trail. You would have had to been pretty sure-footed to have went down, and carrying a child, you would not have went down that dog trail.
Right. Right.
And even the driveway, I mean, I don't see somebody being able to go up there, grab her, and run down that driveway with the gravel and then evenness of the road. There would have been no way.
Right. So, when you were in the area, did you run into Fred Hill at any time?
No, I never seen none of them at all. I mean, when I was down there, like I said, I was down there with Cam, and then we went with the PIs, and that's as far.
Did you happen to go to the area? Remember, Cam was showing everybody that campsite up on the mountain over.
No, I never went there. The place that I went with them is the one that I have the video of, where we went through that tunnel that went under the interstate. And I mean, there was places we drove by and looked at, but we never set foot on them.
Hang on, I'm going back to your channel here. So you kind of just went around and videoed stuff, but you really didn't consider it a thorough search, right?
Well, I mean, the ones that are you talking about the ones with the PIs or the search in general?
Well, they probably didn't like you putting out anything that had to do with the PIs, right?
Right. That was what kindly, Cam wanted me to take my videos and send them to him and let him put them out.
Of course he did.
Right. And I wouldn't do it, and he got mad about that.
Jackie, they said they seen her in the back of the truck when Candace was leaving that morning.
Yeah, it's an extended cab, and she was laying in the back seats from what I heard.
Yeah, that's what I heard too. Okay, I'm gonna play your video. Okay.
All right.
Do not strike me, mister.
Oh, I'm not. You're more than welcome to use my videos.
Okay. This is your video, Summer Wells Case Tunnel Search in Sullivan County. So I'm going to play it and then we'll talk about some of it, okay?
All right.
Here we go. Please tell me you can hear that. Put a 1 in chat if you can hear it.
No, I didn't have no sound with it.
Oh, okay.
There is
All
no
right.
sound
Okay.
because we were talking about stuff that didn't want to put on video.
Now, where is this? Sullivan County?
Yeah, it's in Sullivan County. I cannot remember the road, but that's a tunnel that goes all the way under the interstate.
Wow. So is this flowing from, does the creek around the wells flow towards
No, this was a totally different area than, it wasn't nowhere near the wells.
Did they say why? Hey, Scott H. Do you mind if Scott H comes up too?
No,
Twister?
I don't mind.
Scott H, if you got a minute, pop up here. So why did they have you, they didn't give you any idea why you guys went there?
Well, that area there, I'm not wanting to say for 100%, but some of the people in question lived in that area.
Some of the people in question. So
If I'm not 100% sure, but
somebody
that
who
area,
might be homeless?
no, I'm wanting to say that it was near, I'm not 100%. It was in the area of where Dudley lived, or he drove through that area. I'm not sure.
So they was thinking that Dudley so that had to have been around the time that Don Wells was like adamant that he owed Dudley money and Dudley would do this for money.
Right. I mean, I don't know, the PIs or Cam never said anything about that. It was just an area. I never knew where we were going to search. I mean, I just followed them.
Yeah, follow them wherever they were going.
Right.
That's pretty wild. Were they actually, I don't know. I it's hard to ask anything about the PIs because, you know, they were always so tight-lipped and never said a whole lot.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I can't say a lot. Like I said, I might have met them 1 or 2 times, and that was about it. And then it was shortly after where we were parked in the tree company parking lot is when they finally started trying to push me away.
So, I mean, I guess I was trying to understand that. So did they basically come out and say, hey, we don't need you anymore? Or
Well, no,
you know,
did
they just ghost you?
Yeah, they just ghosted me. They, like I said, I never had that much contact with them, except for, like I said, the search here and a few other places that we drove around.
Right. You're fine, Lippy. Lippy. Yeah, okay, so they just basically got you filming under this tunnel.
Right. We went there. We went a couple of more places.
So in this, it looks like, you know, they're looking under the thingy-mabobber,
Yeah.
under the interstate, which is
Now,
understandable.
now the one video that goes from Beach Creek to Churchill,
Right?
if you look, as soon as I'm right there at the church,
Let me find
I
it.
turn left and you'll catch a short glimpse of two of the tree company guys in one of the pickup trucks.
Yeah, you've got a couple different videos of the tree trimmer trucks.
Right.
Is this where you said you were going up to Chimney Top?
Yeah.
I think this is it then. Let's see. Hold on, let me get through this commercial. And you still don't talk, right? It's just a video?
It's just a video. I believe. I'm not 100%, but I think it's just a video.
Okay. That's pretty wild. I mean, was it obvious to you when you went to that area that you felt that Summer could be out there somewhere?
Yeah.
And I'm just asking your feelings, okay? It doesn't.
Well,
It's just your feelings on it.
in my opinion, I mean, I feel something happened and Summer probably wasn't with us no more.
I can see that. Because this kind of, when you look at this environment, it's seems kind of hopeless if a child was lost out in that.
Oh yeah, well,
that they wouldn't have been found.
right there at that point in the video, there is a house on the hill that is covered up by vines and stuff. You can't even hardly see the house.
Right.
It's an old abandoned home, and so.
Right. There's a lot of those though, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a lot of abandoned homes and barns and stuff like that in that area.
Well, I wish Summer would have been found. I really do. It is a lot of people played a lot of games, and it had to do with content. It didn't have to do with Summer. It became about people's content, and you know, and Summer was kind of a second thought.
Right. Well, I think I'm not wanting to say that they've hidden what happened. I mean, in the investigation and all that with Summer, you know, it's one part, but the YouTube has made it its own thing.
Right. Right.
I just think it's gotten out of hand. It's probably better off if they would just come out with what happened instead of it running for.
So you do believe that they know what happened?
Yeah, I believe they know what happened. And
do you believe that they know what happened, but when they say they don't know where she's at, that they're telling the truth?
They probably do not know where she's at. They, in my opinion, know what happened, and I believe that it goes into a lot of people and a lot of finger pointing of what
Right.
happened.
What do you think about the new tip and them searching that area? What do you think
Well,
about that?
I think it could be plausible, I guess. That property that they searched, I mean, that gentleman owns a sawmill there and stuff like that. So,
Right.
you know,
And
and
yeah, I mean, and then supposedly a butcher shop and a pig farm, and I mean, they're just saying that that old gentleman owns all of that. The son owns a tree trimming truck, had a little company. They did trees and stuff, right?
right. And, you know, it wasn't unheard of for, like that one guy in the tree company, for him to actually be working for another company because he's not making enough on his own.
You mean that he was working for another company instead of like subcontracting himself out?
Right. I don't think he was he might have been, I don't know for sure. He could have been a subcontractor.
Right.
I had seen subcontractors working that area.
Right. Well, yeah, I mean, anywhere that you get into businesses like that, a lot of times you do have subcontractors.
Yeah, because
You know,
it's cheaper to do it that way than to have a great big company come in and do it.
yeah, a lot of times they'll place bids on doing a job, and if their bid is the cheapest, then you know, a contractor is going to hire them. The less that the less the contractor has to pay a subcontractor, the more money the contractor gets to keep. So
Right.
that's the way
And
that works.
right. And that's why in my opinion, that an accident could have happened, and it's, how would I say, it's cheaper to cover it up than to tell the truth.
You mean as far as maybe the tree trimmers?
Yeah, an accident or whatever, and you know,
I
it would
mean,
cost.
but the thing about that is you're putting a whole company at risk.
Right, right,
I mean, would that would have to be a massive cover up. All the tree trimmers would know it, right?
right. And
They would all
you
have to
know,
know it. And
right,
that's, you know, I'm sure that these tree trimmers, the contractors make really good money off
right,
the, you know, doing
right,
that job. Let me tell you, they make enough money. They have helicopters, right?
right.
They have helicopters.
Well,
That's a big business. That's a big
yeah.
business.
Well, the helicopter company that does that is probably not hired by like Davies or one of them. They're hired off by like the power company and
Right,
then the TVA and all that.
right. Yes, Miss Justice, I'm glad you're up here, Twister, because this conversation is so much nicer than trying to figure out what you're saying in chat.
Right. I'm not good at typing in chat.
And I think what some people ought to realize too, these roads, some of them, you can't really get two cars down at the same time, right?
Right. They're all like one lane roads. And also, that's what was mentioned, like the tree company. If you look at the trucks sitting there in the parking lot, as high as they are up, you know, a little child, you would not see a child if they ran out in front of you and you didn't see them.
Did you, let me ask you this, because a lot of people kind of tested this out. So, did you have service all the way through this area?
No, Ben Hill and some of Beach Creek, you have no phone service.
My energy bill dropped from $150 to $50.
You basically can tell possibly where Don and Candace may have had service and where it may have dropped.
Right. Well, a lot of people, like where Candace talked to Don, I believe was on like Facebook Messenger. Right.
Right.
So, I mean, and the line that they hit that they talk about was just a guide wire. It wasn't a main line. It was just one that goes from the pole to the ground to keep the pole straight.
The pole to the ground to keep the pole straight.
Yeah,
I see what you're saying.
That's all it was.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah,
they were talking about it was like a main,
No, it was a line from the pole to the ground that keeps the pole straight from the weight of the wires pulling on it.
So that basically wouldn't have been an emergency situation, I wouldn't think.
Right, and where Burn Barrel called them, they said they had no report of it because...
Oh, yes, I listened to that. I don't think I played it on this channel, but I listened to that.
Right. So there probably wouldn't have been a report of that. They just need to have the power company come back out and put the line back in the ground.
That is so interesting. Thank you for that.
Well, a lot of people get.
That means, it means a whole different thing than saying that an actual, line was down like that.
Right. And so they had internet and power, and that's how I believe Candace got a hold of Don.
And see, I want to say this too. If these roads are being traveled, if a vehicle passed you, let me say this. If a vehicle would have passed when you got to the Beach Creek area, you would have known it. If a vehicle drove past you, you definitely would have known it, right?
Right. And, like a lot of people talk about Fred and being on the road and all that. The tree company was in there with their trucks as big as they are. Fred never says nothing about the tree company trucks being in there.
Yeah, he never said anything about the tree trimmer.
Right. And there is no way, as big as trucks as they have, Fred, if he had that trailer down in there, there's no way that they could have gotten them trucks out of that area.
He said, because he was trying to say he pulled over to let Andy out.
Right. But you imagine...
If the tree trimmers left around 3:30, maybe he pulled over to let all the tree trimmers out.
Right. Well, and with Ben Hill, that road there's no way you can get one of them big trucks past a car on that road.
That is pretty interesting. Pretty interesting.
That's why if you listen at Fred, and Andy, they never talk about the tree company trucks being in there. But we know from the tree company that their trucks were in there.
Yeah, because they left about, around 3:30 that day or something?
Yeah, that's what's said. And the lower lot that shed's on?
Yes.
the tree company had parked their trucks in there and turned them around in that area.
Right. And that's the shed Don went to, right?
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying, you know.
What did you happen to look in that shed?
No, I never went on the property.
Oh, okay. Even the shed, even though it was down there, still never.
Right. I never went on nobody's property.
Right. Right.
I mean, when I went with the PIs, I was with them. So if anything was said, it
Right.
would be them that would have to.
That's, I mean,
Talk
that was a good idea that, you know, you were going with them. I mean, do you think that they maybe took you to a different location, just a couple different locations, just to kind of throw you off or something? Did you feel like that at all?
Right. Well, yeah. Like I said, in the parking lot there where the trucks are parked, I mean, I asked about it. I asked Cam about it. I asked them about it, and they were quick to say no.
Right. Yeah, this is a two-lane highway here.
Yeah, and even
Beautiful. It's beautiful, isn't it?
yeah, and even on that road right there, if one of them tree company trucks come through, you actually have to get over on
a little bit,
as far as you can.
Right. Well, I mean, the tree trimmers that were there that day, I mean, to cover up an accident with them, I would think that, you know, I don't know why that would be a massive cover up. I would think they would call 911 immediately.
Right. Well,
You know?
like I said, I don't understand why they lost their contract over a man hitting a guide wire.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I mean, even though they,
I mean, who said that? Just the random tree trimmer that Ziggy talked to?
yeah, the one that was there, he told Ziggy that they lost their contract. And if you listen when Burn Barrel talks to them, you will see that the man from the power company tells her that Davy is now, they're not doing any cutting or anything like that. They just go to the houses and talk to the people and tell them what's going to happen.
Right.
They've not been brought back in to work on the power lines.
Well, it sounds like that they had a major mess up then.
Well, and also, like they said, they got off work at 3:30, but they also have a half hour to an hour drive time. So if something happened, they were still on the clock.
Right. All right, this one's ended. Let me come back over here.
I mean, I have more videos. I mean, I had searched for a gentleman in the area where I live with Ryan.
Ryan's Truth?
Yeah, the one where he's searching for that Michael Small. I was helping him search one day.
Oh, that's cool.
But I haven't put out the video or nothing like that because I'm not really good at editing the videos and putting them out.
I'm like that too. I'm like that too. I just ain't a good editor. So
I mean, I have more searching that I done on in Summer's case, the place
Right.
where the tree company parks.
Yeah,
I
right here.
actually done some.
It's right here. This is it. Where they park their vehicles, they get into these big, massive trucks.
Yeah, and imagine them trucks and that right there where I'm walking across. I was
Right.
talking to the PIs at that moment.
And what were they doing there? Were they talking to the tree trimmers?
No, they were on their way home. It was a evening time, and we'd been out searching, and we just stopped there to talk.
Oh, okay.
And then they were, I guess, going home. The PIs. But
Well,
like I said,
I think it's interesting that you feel like that, you know, the searching may have not have been, you know, as intense as you thought it should be, right?
right.
Yeah, I don't
Right.
want to misspeak for you. So if I do, you set me straight, okay?
Well, no, I don't think that the searching was as intense like Dave Rader said, you know, after a certain amount of time, you're not going to be looking for a living person. So,
Exactly. And see that I had made comments about that also. You know, there were individuals and, you know, they were taking dogs there and, you know, they were doing all these things and it's like it's very sad, but a lot of it didn't make sense. There was no way that people were going to go do things that they said they were going to do and, you know, it make any sense whatsoever.
right. Well, Dave Rader and them, I mean, I actually signed up to be a part of EquiSearch. And I mean, you can tell by the way Dave Rader talks that, you know, they weren't really welcome there.
I heard him say, and I'll find it, okay? I heard him say that he had to have a conversation with Don Wells and tell Don Wells that it wasn't about him, it was about Summer.
Right.
And that he was there for Summer, not for any other reason.
Right.
Now, I can't remember kind of what transpired there for that to happen. But we do know that, yes, Twyla sat down with Don and Candace both, I believe. I believe they all sat down together.
Yeah, that was the second time. If you'll remember, the first time that they came down, Don and Candace did not want to talk to them.
That was weird to me that Don and Candace would talk to, excuse my language, every scallywag on YouTube, but when it came down to people who could really help, really help Summer, they wanted nothing to do with them.
Right.
Nothing to do with them.
Right. And the second time when Dave and all them came down, I think somebody had told them, you know, told Don and them, you know, be nice, you know, invite them to help and all that.
Well, I mean, even Chris McDonough said that when EquiSearch showed up at the watering hole that Candace looked at him like, did you set me up?
Right.
Because they didn't know they were going to be there that day.
Right.
And
well,
Candace didn't take a picture, but Robin did.
Right. And
Robin did, so
EquiSearch, the reason they went there is because, you know, that was the last sign of life of Summer.
right.
And they wanted to understand the area.
Right. Well, no doubt about it. I mean, EquiSearch is a professional organization that, you know.
Right. That's the reason, like I said, I signed up with them.
So did you actually search with them?
No, I never searched. I'm on like a I mean, that was 4 years ago. I don't know if I'm still on like a contact list if something come up in my area.
Right. Right.
But
That's pretty cool.
and like Dave had sat there and said, you know, they kept them in the same area searching over and over and over
Yep.
and would not let them expand out.
He finally said something to him though, right?
Right. But I think after that was when they kindly packed up and went home.
They didn't want him on their property at all, Scott? Damn.
Right. Don and Candace.
Well, I do know too that law enforcement said that 110, that the property at 110, only law enforcement could go up there. Why do you guys think law enforcement searched that house and that property over and over and over and over? Why do you think, Twister? Why do you think that they looked at the house 1,000 times?
I think, in my opinion, again, a cover up. That's about all I can say is, in my opinion, a cover up. They wanted to keep them in, not let them up on the hill to search, and only kept them in a certain area. And if you look, they searched from like Ben Hill back toward Kingsport and Church Hill. They never searched like Ben Hill toward Greenville.
You don't think?
I'm pretty well guessing that they had it more toward Kingsport and Church Hill. I mean,
right.
We never heard about no searchers getting near Van Hill Road, even though it was.
Oh no! I mean, we're looking at what they say, 9 miles away.
Yeah, and that would have been in the search area.
But
it should have been.
I mean, how you have to think about what the time frame was on. There's no way Summer could have been on that property unless somebody put her there. That's my opinion.
Right.
If whatever they're looking for, you know, we don't know exactly what they were looking for.
Right.
And we can guesstimate a lot, but it could have been, you don't know, it could have been them looking for maybe some sort of devices, right? It was a tip to go there. We don't know if maybe they were looking at maybe something was on a device and it came back to that address.
Right.
We don't know. We do not know.
But I had, like I said in my videos of the tree company, I'm only showing where they park.
Yeah.
And the thing, if you remember them talking about Candace going to that gas station.
Yeah.
Okay, it was on the same road as the tree company where they parked. When Dawn,
so what I just showed, the gas station is on that same road.
Yeah, where the tree company trucks are parked.
Right. Oh, you're talking about on 93?
Yeah, that's Sullivan Garden Parkway.
Okay, so you're talking about hang on. 93, right?
Yeah, that's right there on 93. And, you know.
That's where you met the PIs to talk then, right?
Right.
You're just coming into it. Okay.
Right. Well, that was another day. It was 2 different days that I was there.
Oh, okay.
But the gas station where Candace went is on the same road as where the tree company trucks were parked.
Right here
And
then. It's
right,
on 93.
right. And Don took that road 93, and then when he turned left is going toward his house.
Oh, okay.
So see, Don and Candace both passed where the tree company trucks were
Where the
parked.
tree, right, right. Wow. That's well, I hope that you know, I truly hope that they somebody freaking tells the truth about something, because I mean
Right.
it gets a little like, oh, you know.
Yeah, I just want Summer brought home or found, whatever. And like I said, I've never had any ill intent toward Jody Sue. I mean, even though she repeatedly says that I stalked her, I've told her I have no ill will toward her, and that I hope she finds what she's looking for.
Well, I think also, Twister, you have to remember that there was a lot of people out there that didn't have good intentions. They didn't when it came to Jody, and you know, that whole situation's a really sad situation. And
well, the majority of the people that she talks about and stuff are the same people that have said stuff about her.
Right.
So she's just going back on them. But I think the reason that she talks about me is because I have never come on alive like I'm doing right now and saying, you know, if I had done that stuff, why was she wanting to talk to me so friendly?
Yeah, why? Yeah, that's weird to want to talk to you and say, I've got something that the cops might be interested in.
Yeah, she told me. Well, I don't know if it's something that they'd be interested in. She just said that she wanted to talk to me and I could use it. I could record it for like the cops, but not for YouTube. I don't know. I never answered her. I don't know what she wanted to say.
Well, this is the thing. I would think that if Jody had anything that the cops would need that pertained to Summer, she's not going to give it to somebody else, I wouldn't think. She's going to keep that. She's going to keep that for herself.
Well, I mean, I was looking.
Maybe it was her, you know, I don't know, but, you know, she calls out all of them people that, you know, that she feels scammed her, and maybe it had something to do with that. I don't know.
Right. Well, I mean, the one thing I can say, I understand, and I'll be glad to tell anybody, I understand about the domestic violence. I've been there myself. You know, if anybody wants to look, you can go back to Kingsport in 2000. I had to call the cops on a woman because I was in a domestic violence relationship.
Right.
So,
well,
I mean,
like you're saying, you didn't have bad intentions, and you know, maybe
right, and she know that.
But
well, I mean, she knowed I didn't have ill intentions.
Well, yeah, but I am not advocating for Jody, but you know, there were a lot of people telling Jody a lot of things.
Oh yeah.
So,
yeah.
I mean, if people wanted Jody all to themselves, they really did.
Well, and like I said, the stalking, you know, Cam and Chase both told me, and I won't name the creator's name, that creator and Jody Sue is the one that cooked up the stalking thing on me.
Do you think though that maybe the majority of them were working behind the scenes and they, you know, that was the way that they knew that they could make you go away and not hang around anymore?
That's what I'm thinking. Like I said, a lot of them did not want me to stay.
Right, Scott. You're right, Scott. They do. She does lump a lot of people into one pot. She does.
Right.
You're
Well,
right.
I mean, the thing that I feel sad about is her daughter has sat for 4 years and listened at her mom talk constantly about her dad and the domestic violence and the people stalking her. And I just feel bad for her daughter having to listen to that for 4 years solid.
Right. Right. Hey, Deb, you forgot Super Senses. She's like, where's my link, lady? Deb is dropping links tonight. There you go. That is, you know, that is the thing about it though. I do feel for Jody Sue in a lot of ways, but you know, some of these people, they created their own demon, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
They created things. I've got Andy B's live. I was going to go over that. I'm not going to do it tonight. But yeah, I've always listened to Jody, but only fair if I listened to Jody, I wanted to hear what Andy had to say.
Right.
And
well, and that's what I'm saying.
Andy doesn't come out and say that he believes that Jody did something to Summer. He does not do that. I've not heard him do it. If he has.
Well,
I think that, like I kept saying, there's so many little fires, you know, stuff going on like that takes away from Summer's case a little bit, right?
Right. Well, and Jody Sue, I mean, just my opinion, you know, she says about the screen. I have a feeling maybe she might have witnessed something.
I don't know if she witnessed anything. I know that Andy, when on his channel, because he's asked about that, and he says that his children told him that they heard the scream, and that makes it more believable to him that his children told him that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You know, I believe Jody Sue and her children on the screen, and if you listen back, Jody Sue says also about a truck door slam. You know, that's why I'm saying
she talked about a truck door slamming. She talked about seeing a color of the tail end of a vehicle. You know, she has said a lot of things.
Right.
She said a lot of things.
I just don't know if she might have, besides hearing it, maybe seen something, and I don't know. I can't say more past that.
Well, let me say this. Anybody who went to the area, what better way to get rid of them than to get Jody Sue after them, right? You know what I mean?
Right. Well, like I said, I mean, Jody Sue has had it rough, and, you know, I understand she's been through a lot, but, you know, even 4 years ago in messages, she told me that she had like 900 SD cards.
900?
900 SD
900?
And like,
was she just trying to bullshit you?
I do not know. And she said that she had like 5 different devices. I don't know if they were
Yeah, I mean,
phones or
Andy said that. Andy said that Jody had like 3 of his phones and is flipping. I don't know. I don't know if it was an iPad, whatever it was. Andy said she had like 3 or 4 of his devices.
right. And she said at that time she had like 900 SD cards. And what I think is that Jody Sue is stuck to where she has to record her whole life of what's been going on for the past 4 years.
I mean, if she's had them for 4 years, maybe so, but Andy talks about the SD cards in this interview.
Yeah, if she told me if she had like 900 SD cards and that's been 4 years ago, I'd hate to see how many she has now.
I don't know about the SD cards. Andy in his interview says something about SD cards or cameras or something.
Right.
I'll have to do Andy's by himself because I got a lot to say. Okay. Here it is. Darn it, people. Okay, hopefully you guys can hear this.
Can I mute and come back in a minute?
Yes, you may. Thank you for coming up, Twister. I appreciate you.
You're welcome.
For real. And if you don't come back up, I definitely want you to come back another time, okay?
No.
I would really love that. I enjoyed the conversation. I really did. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm glad you got to come up. All right, this is Andy talking about cameras.
Okay. Coming. Hello.
Hi, Andy.
How are you?
All right. I called you earlier. Can you help me with Jody Sue having? Yes, this is.
You still there?
Andy B. Call-in show.
The cameras. Why did Jody Sue have cameras?
Why'd Jody have cameras?
We put them down there to watch for people going in and out on the Jackie Dobbs thing.
So he's saying they put them down there because of the Jackie Dobbs thing, right? I've got it on slow. I don't know. Miss Justice.
I don't remember when we got the cameras, to be honest. I mean, I don't think they was there the day of Jackie Dobbs because we didn't have the pictures of that.
That's so bullshit, Andy.
I don't know. Have you got poor cell phone service, or can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
She's wanting an answer. You didn't give her one.
I appreciate you answer my question.
No problem.
Good night.
Good night, Andy.
Hello.
Hey, Andy.
How you doing?
Good.
We're going to do Andy all by himself. Maybe we'll do a roast of Andy.
Remain.
Yes, sir.
I'm back.
Okay, darling. Okay. Maybe you can talk about another place you search so I can go get me something to drink really quick.
All right.
All right, darling.
Yeah, I have searched, like I said, quite a few areas down there in Summer's case, and I've done a couple of searches for a local man in my area.
Okay. All right. Sorry.
Yeah, I didn't know what exactly to talk about. Like I said, I've done a few searches down there in Summers case, and then there was a local man in our area that has been missing, and I had done a couple of searches for him.
No, Candace and a helicopter mom. And, you know, the thing about it is with Jody and that whole scenario with Andy and, you know, the family and shit that went on, that's just needs us to be separated from Summers case. You know, they both have said about each other that they do not believe that they would do anything like that to Summer. Jody said that about Andy, and Andy said that about Jody. That stuff with Jody is just things that some of the people did are on a different level. For sure. And like you said, you were around that time, right? When they were taking her to the motels and stuff.
Yes.
Right?
But I never done anything with that, with them moving her in different motels and stuff like that.
Yeah, that was probably good that you didn't have anything to do with that.
And I mean, as of right now, I mean, I don't even know where she even lives now. I don't care to know where she lives.
Well,
I mean,
that's just better all the way around. That way you ain't got to worry about it.
Right. And that's why I said,
like I said, it is sad because, you know, some people from the area that was really trying really hard to show everybody the area and what it was like and different things like that. I mean, look what happened to Scott. They came out with some really nasty shit about Scott. And, you know.
Yeah, like I said, I only ones I ever had dealings with was Cam and Chase, and I mean Anita. I've seen Scott on here on YouTube and all the others, but as for having any other interactions with them, I've never spoke with anybody else.
And yeah, Jody C's son joined the military. And we also have to remember that people forget Jody can see in the dark. She can see in the dark.
Well, I'd say she's probably got enough cameras that it's probably daylight to her.
Yeah, night vision. Right. Well, I mean, I've heard so many things about SD cards. I think I even asked Jody about the SD cards. I just can't remember what she said.
Well, she had said somebody broke into her camper and stole some. And
well, I mean, for what? I mean, my understanding was, I thought she said Candace had SD cards that supposedly had her abuse on it, and you know that was a thing in itself. And I mean, she said they were stolen.
Right. Well, like I said, I just wish that people would just concentrate on Summer and what happened with her and separate from like what's
Well,
going
that's
on
what
with,
law enforcement is doing. And look at the situation. Everybody was so dug in to Beach Creek, everybody in Beach Creek and their brother, uncle, granddads, they were also in tune to all that, that here a tip comes in that law enforcement goes to the area with more than just a couple agents, and it's in an area 9 miles away, related to somebody who we have said forever is a person of interest, right? So Fred didn't mention his uncle, did he?
no.
Didn't mention any cousins, nothing. But he takes himself and pushes himself away from that relationship by basically saying that he hadn't talked to the man in years, right?
Yeah, right.
And what was weird to me is when he said, yeah, I thought it was his cousin or something. He was like, they didn't say nothing to me about it. I'm like, fucking bullshit. No way are you going to talk to a family member who was watching that property be turned upside down by 20 cars of law enforcement, and they're going to be like, hey man, what's up? Oh, nothing. How are you? Okay, good. Yeah, I'll talk soon. Whatever, right?
Right.
Doesn't make no sense to me. So,
Well, with Fred, I mean, I think he wants to be a part of it, and I really don't think that he has anything that would actually be used.
well, he's contradicted himself so much. Times that he was in the holler, things that happened while he was in the holler. I mean, now he's came out and talked about that he was, running deals that day, and he goes to a trap house, and oh, there's 2 more people that didn't show up that day that was supposed to be at the house to pick up the substances that he was bringing there. He named 2 other people.
Right.
Somebody needs to take account of how many people Fred and Ziggy have called out, because it's a long list.
Right. Well, I mean, like I said, with
But
all that,
what makes you say that? Because we have to remember that Fred was a substance manufacturer. I ain't saying he did his own stuff, but he didn't deny doing the stuff.
well, I mean, like I said, that day he talks about Andy being on the road and all that. He never, if you listen all the way back, he's never said nothing about the tree company people being on the road, and that's what has me wondering what's going on. Why is he not said, well, I passed. I think he said one time that day they had quite a few of them parked in a area on Ben Hill, maybe.
Well, they probably did have the trucks parked on Ben Hill.
Right. And with him, if he was going in and out, if the tree companies were there, he would have said, well, I had to move my trailer because they were there, or I had to move my trailer.
I mean, he talked like he was just doing his thing, and the only person he waited on was Andy.
Right. That's the only person.
But Make that make sense because the tree trimmers were out of there by 3:30, right?
Right.
So how was he on the side of the road waiting on Andy? Or maybe I'm getting my roads mixed up. Waiting on Andy to come out. And at some point, the tree trimmers have to come out.
Yeah, and with them bigger trucks, there'd have been no way if Fred had a trailer that they would have been able to get by him on that road.
Right. Right. Well, they need to quit lying. They all just need to quit lying. But the thing about it is, really, none of them owe us anything.
Right.
Right.
Right. They've just put themselves there. They don't owe us no explanation of what they done or nothing like that.
But when they're bullshitting people, and it is a well-known fact with receipts, that's when it's like, y'all need to stop.
Yeah.
You know, y'all need to stop making up stories. It doesn't serve any, it doesn't help Summer's case at all, people making stuff up.
Well, the thing that I wish they would do, you know, it's like that Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
Right.
Look at all the YouTubers and what they done. Is that not exploiting Summer's name?
Well, they're exploiting quite a few missing children's names.
Right. And they're making money off of it. And that's exploiting a child for profit. I mean, they're no different than a child predator or anything like that, because
that's an interesting way of looking at it. Yeah, I can see that. Right.
I mean, that's the thing that gets me, is because I haven't put anything out about, except for just the searches I've done, or something that I know for a fact, because I can't do that. I cannot make up. I could have gone on here and said all kinds of things to make money and all that weren't true. But I haven't.
Me too. And let me tell you, I say this all the time. I'd rather have my 2,200 subs and try to use common sense and try to look at things in a way and not make stuff up, you know, than some of these creators that have 5,000 and up of subs that have, you know, done things differently than I did. But, you know,
well,
I'm happy with myself. I'm happy with mostly the way I've tried to cover Summer's case.
Right. Well, I mean, if you look, I've been on YouTube since 2020.
Right.
And if you look at my sub count, I only have 354 people.
What were you doing on YouTube in 2020?
I just made my channel and was watching like videos.
Oh, you were just using it and watching videos and stuff.
Right. I mean, my channel didn't pop up when Summer went missing. Right. I was on here, and I mean, when you see my videos and all that, and the ones I was around, I haven't made over 300 subs in 4 years.
Right. Right.
But if I'd have went on,
I'm telling you, some of these creators in the Summer Wells case, they were definitely just trying to one way shape, you know, they tried to get people's channels taken away from them and everything else.
Right.
You know, for sure.
Like I said, I would rather, I'm happy with 300 and not exploiting Summer and using her name and all that. Like I said, I mean, I put her name in some of my videos, but I was down there searching for her. So,
Yeah, and the thing about it is, I think you did. I commend you for going down, and I commend you for, you know, uh, having morals
right.
and knowing when somebody's doing something that in the name of a child just isn't right. It's just not right. And I mean, you came out and kind of said a few things, but you really never, I'm really glad you came up here. I really am.
Well, like I said, I've not said, I mean, the last time I was live with anybody was back when the vigil and all that happened, and
Right.
I haven't been live since.
Right. And that was the vigil in October. Here,
Yeah.
hang on, I'll pull it up. What did you think of? Who was there anybody in the area at all that you might have drove by or seen them in the area that just seemed messed up? What did you think when you drove by Fred's place?
Well, I couldn't even remember. I mean, I have video of where I went on Ben Hill. I mean, I might not even have made it to Fred's place, but
Right. Yeah, I kind of stopped there. I didn't know. I didn't see a part 2 on that.
well, I mean, I had, like I said, I lived down in Bulls Gap for years.
Didn't Don go up there when he said he was looking for Summer? Was that
The
or
Bull-
was that Chimney Top
That was Chimney Top, I believe.
when he said that he went up there looking for Summer and they ran him off?
Yeah, I don't know exactly.
Told him to get back down the mountain, go look somewhere else.
Right. And this vigil here is the one I was trying to live stream for Cam and them. And I mean, I met Robin and talked to her. And
what'd you think about her?
well, she was very quiet and stuff. And we had like the candlelight, and my candle had went out, and she walked up and relit it. And I mean, like I said, she was very quiet.
Right. Did you meet Tim Mullins?
No, if he was there, I didn't remember him.
Oh, I'm sure he was trying to be incognito. I don't think he liked people knowing who he was.
Right. Now, this one, like I said, this one here, there wasn't that many, but the other vigil there at the lake is when quite a few of the YouTubers were there.
Crystal said, can someone tell me what church would be 5 miles as the crow flies from 110?
Is it that there's that one at the end of Beach Creek there? Is it Solomon's Temple or?
There's Solomon's Temple and
Then the church.
The church in Beach Creek, right?
Yeah, the one where they had the command center.
Remember, there's also that little church that Brandon showed JLR.
Yeah. Now that was on a different road, I believe.
Yeah, he was showing, right?
Yeah.
What would be the 5 miles? I don't
Like
know.
I said, the one where they had the command center and that Solomon's Temple at the end of Beach Creek, as far as I know.
All right, we're gonna find out. Hmm. Da-na-na-na. Let's see, 5 miles. There's Beach Creek Haunted Hayride. Light Cemetery. I might be going the wrong direction here. Solomon's Temple. That's where they had the tent set up, right, Twister?
I don't think the Solomon's Temple is the one at the end of Beach Creek. I might be wrong.
Yeah, it is. Lone Star and Blair's Gap. Solomon's Temple. Off of Lone Star. There's Blair's Gap. Oh, that's the cemetery. That is the cemetery. Hold on. Let's go the other way. Let's go.
Yeah, I don't know how to.
Beach Creek. All right, there's Beach Creek. Okay. Mount Carmel Free Will Baptist Church.
Yeah, that's where the command center was set up.
At Mount Carmel?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know exactly how far that is, but
And I don't think it's but a mile or two from Ben Hill.
well, Crystal's talking about 5 miles.
I can't see the chat, so I don't know. I'm new to this, so I don't even know how to see the chat.
I'm just messing around, and you should be able to. There's like a live button up there. It should say show. It should. You should be able to just push it.
All I see is like the studio chat.
Right.
That's the only thing I see. I don't see regular chat in it.
I think try to hit the studio chat. It may come up. You ain't gonna hurt anything. You won't hurt anything, Twister. Oh, there's Van Hill Church. There's a Van Hill Church. That is still on Beach Creek Road, North Fork. Van Hill Church. Is that what you're talking about, Crystal? Let me see here. Van Hill Church. Is that it, Crystal? Van Hill Church.
No,
That's what it says, Van Hill Church. That's kind of weird. That's on 347. Be nosy. Yep, right there's Beach Creek Road. Let me see if I can. Wow.
I don't know if that ain't going back toward Greene County.
Well, it turns into. That's kind of weird, right? This is North Fork. So I'm going the wrong direction. Well, I'll turn this puppy around. Do you have me, are you playing me on YouTube, Twister?
I have my other tablet. I was trying to see chat.
Can you just turn it down for me?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. You are fine. It happens. I do it myself a lot. Okay, so 347 is also, Tennessee 347 is also, what'd I say? I just had it. North Fork. Here's the church right here. It is 2194 Beach Creek Road, but it's called Van Hill Church. Huh. It's kind of wild, isn't it? Let me see something here. Let me see something here. Oh, I don't want to do that. Okay, so, oh shit. Ship fire save matches. I just lost it. I just had it and I lost it. Pretty wild, right? Right here's Van Hill Road. So I will work on that. Oh, there's Crystal. Crystal, I'm sorry. I didn't see you. Hi, Crystal.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I
you
hear
just
you.
got my attention.
You just got my attention, ma'am.
Okay, so is that 5 miles?
I don't know if
And
it's exactly 5 miles from 110.
Okay.
I am going to try to look and see.
I'm going to try to pull up mine too, because I'm blind as a
probably
bat.
are better at it than me.
I doubt it.
Okay, here we go. We're going to go from 110 to Van Hill, right? Van Hill. Oh, Ben Hill. See, and I think people were getting confused with people saying Van Hill. Okay, here we go, lady. 10 minutes.
It's 10 minutes.
It's a 10-minute drive, 6.8 miles.
So that is close to 5 miles.
Yes, ma'am. And
I didn't even know that the church existed. I heard a interview.
Right.
And this person called into Prayer Gardens.
Right.
And they were vouching for another person without
Right.
it sounding like I'm accusing anybody, but that person was supposed to be. And this is what caught my attention. They said 5 miles as the crow flies from 110 Ben Hill, burning brush behind the church.
Okay. Because we also have the Van Hill graveyard. Here's the church. Right?
Well, I mean, they're searching that area now for there to be a church there. I mean, that perks my ears up.
Well, that's 2194. Van Hill Church is actually on Beach Creek Road at 2194. They were looking in the, what was it, 2500 block? So, but it's 10 minutes.
Let's see here.
We've got the church, the Van Hill graveyard, because right there's 110. You've got a place called the Elite Frontier Adventures. 5-star rating. What the heck is that? Elite Frontier Adventures. Wow, that's like a bed and breakfast. That is not very far from 110. That's kind of wild. I wonder who they had staying there, right? I wonder if they had anybody staying at that Airbnb. There's the fire department. This is Roton Septic Tank Service. There's also a septic tank service. There's Ball Cemetery. We get into the church. There's also a Van Hill Road graveyard, which is on Van Hill itself. Yeah, right there it is, darling. So why were they mentioning the church, Crystal? What were they trying to say? I don't think she can hear me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was muted. I've got my maps pulled up too, but in the interview I heard they were supposed to have been burning brush from a fence line that day.
The day that law enforcement
the
went
day that
to the
Summer
area.
went missing, that was their alibi, kind of.
Oh, that they were burning brush behind that church.
Yes. Well, behind a church. And what got me was they said 5 miles as the crow flies from 110. I mean, that's not language I usually use, so it caught my attention.
Well, I mean, a crow's fly
would be a straight line from Ben Hill to wherever.
Okay.
I'm trying to find where I ain't did this in a while. Remain calm. I'm trying
No,
to
you're fine, honey.
measure it.
And someone does a distance. And a crow.
Okay.
When someone says a distance is as the crow flies, it means the shortest, most direct straight line distance between 2 points.
Yeah, it's kind of like
ignoring roads, terrain, and other obstacles.
Yeah, so it's a
okay.
it's a
So
straight
let me
line
pull
from
this
Ben
up.
Hill.
It would be a straight line. Let's see. Well, that could be anywhere through here. Oh, we also have a Beach Creek Missionary Baptist Church Cemetery. That is kind of a okay. A straight line from there. Yeah, we would have to. Well, I mean, I don't know, babe.
I'm using Google Earth to see if I can.
Yeah, I'm on Google. I'm on Google Maps. I mean, we've got the back roads and stuff. For sure. Well, I would guess, why were they saying it?
Well, this person has been accused before, mentioned to be a suspect and was supposed to have been seen on a horse that day.
Are you talking about Frank Light?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And they said, well, no, he was burning brush 5 miles as the crow flies.
Well, now he allegedly was cleaning up behind the church where Nita Diver, I think their name was going back to check the pond. and allegedly Frank was threw a fit about Nita Diver going back there to search the pond. So I don't know if
North
that's.
Fork Baptist Church is 5.45 mile as the crow flies.
I don't know how far. I can't remember off the top of my head what church it was. I can't. All I know is there's a pond behind it, right? So, I mean, Frank Light is a predator, definitely. I mean, he served time for having horrible images of children. You know, some say he did things to them as children. I have a lot I could say about Frank Light. Not too many people really talk about Frank Light that much. But yeah, I truly believe he's a person of interest. I don't know how he couldn't be a person of interest. I mean, unless I haven't heard law enforcement say anybody's not a person of interest.
I haven't either. And I mean, I'm by no means accusing anybody.
Oh, me
I have no
neither.
clue. But
me neither.
That
I mean,
stuck out. And since you all was talking about this, I figured, you know, we have Twister that searched the area. Scott was in chat, so I was wondering.
Well, how far, Twister, how far did you actually search? I know you didn't search on the hill. You did not go on Don and Candace's property, but did you go from like down the road? Did you search any of that surrounding area?
Well, like that Simpson Loop.
Yes, Simpson Loop. They talk about that a lot, don't they?
Yeah, it's on my videos there. I mean, I think there's 2 Simpson Loops.
I think there's a couple different, like there's 2 different light cemeteries.
Yeah, and like I said, I went on the Simpson Loop.
Right.
And I have the video on there.
Okay, hold on, I'll find it. Is that what it's titled?
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, because a lot of people were saying like 423 Chase for some reason had video of the housing addition, the Meadows in Jonesboro. They tried to say that somehow he had that prior to Summer going missing or some weird shit like that.
He might have. Now I know I recorded some video of the Meadows myself.
Yeah, I see yours.
But I don't know about him prior to that.
Where's Moody Road? Were you with the PIs when you searched near Moody Road?
I can't remember if it's the videos that I have up. Either I searched with the PIs or I searched with.
Okay.
It was either them or just me and Cam searching.
This is called Summerwell's Case Searching Near Moody Road.
Yeah, it might have been an area near Moody Road.
Do you, I mean, so what the fuck did he have a drill for?
That was a spotlight.
Thank you, Crystal. Thank you. I adore Crystal. She drove me crazy one time, but I found my way back. For real. Gotta love her. Could be wrong, say it all the time. Never knew the actual meaning behind it. I learned something new today. Moody Road is in Kingsport. Did you guys actually go into Kingsport to search?
Well, that was Sullivan County. So, no, we weren't in the town of Kingsport.
Did you hear of a blue couch? Did you hear talk of the blue couch?
No.
I don't know if the blue couch was ever there the day Summer went missing. I mean, you never know. Dawn and Candace say the weirdest shit. And yeah, a long time ago, they may have had a blue couch. But Dawn was like, yeah, she'd jump over that couch and go outside, right?
Right.
No, we don't think you're accusing anybody, Crystal. We don't, no, not at all. Not at all. I'm not accusing people either. But we can talk about it. And, you know, the thing about it is those people's names have already came up before. Many people have talked about them for sure. For sure. Other people's already talked about these people. So when you talk about them, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're accusing anyone or anything like that. But everybody's still a person of interest. Nobody's been cleared. It doesn't matter what they say. Okay, Crystal, I'm going to pray for you. I am going to pray for you. What in the world is that? What was the skull?
That was a deer.
Wow. Did you keep it?
No. In that area, a lot of people will take them and they'll get the meat. Yeah, they'll get the meat and stuff and throw the head and other stuff out.
There's a lot of people who do collect the skeletal remains and they bleach them and stuff and sell them.
Yeah, well,
they will take them and sell them.
If people remember, Jody Sue talked about having like a death box or something like that.
Death box, yeah, they throw the carcass in it and they just
let it
rot.
Yeah.
I seen a video of a blue couch on the side of the hill. Well, then we know where the blue couch is, right? It's on the side of the hill. Okay, TT took the video. She have her cousin with her at the time? I'm just asking. No, I ain't gonna go there. I will not go there. Well, let me ask you this. When you were out there looking in some of those areas, I mean, were you doing most of the heavy lifting?
As like recordings and stuff like that.
I mean, were you the one that was kind of moving? Because it looks like it's really wet out there.
Yeah, that was the day that it had rained. And
so were you guys just kind of following the creek to see what was out there?
Yeah, and that tunnel, like I said, that tunnel runs under the interstate. So
so this is part of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
In a minute, if I'm watching the video on my other tablet, that's the side of the interstate there.
Okay. Now I can kind of understand, you know, and people got really mad when Don Wells talked about, you know, possibly it raining really heavy and summer was just a little bitty thing. And him talking about her, floating, being pushed, into a bigger body of water. Where he made his mistake, he was like, because he said, like fish food. And I'm like, dude, you didn't have to say that.
Right.
You didn't have to add that in there. He's pretty graphic sometimes,
Deb asked me if I seen any ginseng. I wouldn't even know what it looked like.
It's hard to spot, but when you spot it, you see it everywhere.
Right.
You absolutely do. I did something illegal years ago because we used to go to the covered bridge festivals here in Indiana every year. And yeah, I walked out of the cabin one morning and spotted some ginseng, and I was like, yeah, I went and dug it. I went and dug one up and took it home and planted it. But it takes quite a number of years to grow ginseng. So
yeah,
that's why people are so protective over it, and it's worth money.
Oh, yeah.
It is worth money. They will put up traps. They will put up all kinds of stuff.
Oh,
Some
yeah.
of them people, you mess with their ginseng and it's like moonshine. Okay. You don't mess with a man's moonshine.
Right.
I'm sure don't mess with their ginseng.
Well, I mean, since I'm in the area, I mean, they set up traps with like shotguns. They set up traps with barbed wire.
Yes,
you
they
name
do.
it.
I think me and Scott, I don't know if I talked to Scott about this or not, but we were talking about, I was trying to make people understand that you could go on someone's property and they may have 7, 8 acres, however many. And the chances that there's underground bunkers is a lot.
Right.
It's a lot.
Well,
I mean,
whenever I said that I started my channel in 2020, a lot of that was I was watching like prepping channels and stuff.
right. Well, a lot of people are into that in today's stuff. I don't find anything wrong with it. I mean,
Well, no, if you can, even the simplest advice, try to buy so many canned food a week and put it back,
yeah,
rice, flour, and stuff like that.
yeah, enough to keep you going for a while anyway. If you can afford to do it, a lot of people can't afford to do that anymore.
Well, like I said, if you can buy like 10 cans of food a week or every 2 weeks and put it back, it will build up over time.
Oh, thank you, Sweet Pea. Thank you, darling. That's so sweet. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's a little bit crazy, isn't it?
Well, and the way I look at it is like doing the searching and stuff like that. You have to think like if somebody was doing that, you almost have to think like the criminals. Okay, if I'm out here looking, where would they put it?
Where would they put it? Yeah.
Right. If I was that person, where would I put her? Where would I do this? Where would I do that?
Exactly. You know what's sad to me is, you're working, well, you'll always be working at your sobriety, but to be doing something that makes you feel good in your heart and you're doing it for the right reasons, and people to demean you and basically run you off, take that from you, and make it a bad thing, is so sad to me, Twister. So sad.
Well, like I said, that's the reason. I mean, I've still followed her case online, and I've done what I can,
Well,
but
we all have.
But when it comes down to people threatening you,
right,
and all that, that's where you have to step back and say, I'm not getting into it.
You absolutely do. I mean, because, you know, let's just say it like it is. These people, I see adults getting angry with each other over stupid stuff, in my opinion. And these adults are calling CPS on people just because they're mad at the adult.
Right.
They absolutely have taken a lot of the locals and made stuff real life, you know, real life.
And that's what, like Jody Sue said, you know, I can't say that she threatened anybody, but she tried to tell people, you know, you mess around these people on Ben Hill and Beach Creek and like that, they're going to defend their family.
They absolutely are. I mean, that is true, though. I think I kind of took her saying the things that she said about, you know, don't overstep because you're a local and you think you can overstep. That's kind of the way I took it.
Right.
You know, of course, she knows people from that area. A lot of people she knows from that area. She knows exactly how they are. Now, do I agree with her being like, y'all, they're going to come for you? It may be 5 years from now, but you know how Jody is.
Right.
They're going to put you on their list for 5 years from now. You'll never know.
Right. But they can actually, there is people. I mean, if you brought enough harm to their family that, you know, they might have something out for you, and all these other YouTube creators sit there doing it and thinking, well, I'm in California or I'm in Canada. You know, they think they're untouchable.
Right. Hey, let me ask you, what did you think about the picture of Summer on this billboard?
One. Okay, are you talking about the one where she's holding her fingers up?
Yeah.
Or, I don't know. I've heard it was a gang sign. I've heard it was a peace sign. Maybe they shouldn't have put that picture up because people took it both ways.
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
Her where she's holding her fingers up.
Oh, no, What? So, allegedly, Chase was saying that Don and Candace okayed that picture to be on the billboard.
I don't know nothing about that. I thought
it was really strange. I didn't know if you knew.
No, see, I'm the one, like I said, I'm the one that done the first flyers. The one in the purple.
The one in the purple.
The purple flyers.
Oh, yeah.
Them were the ones that I ordered, and there was nothing you can see on that flyer. There's nothing on there like that.
Right. I just thought it was weird, and so.
Well, that's what I'm saying. A lot of people said it was a gang sign. They said it was a peace sign. I can't say either way.
I got Change or whoever you are. I have not a clue what you're talking about. She said she served a lot. They opened their lives for the return of their child. They signed for their safety. They said they're not denying any. I don't have a clue what you're talking about.
I don't either.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know, but let's get rid of it anyway. You're just confusing people. Well, Twister, darling, I enjoy the heck talking to you. I've been on here 3.5 hours.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it.
Well, I definitely want you to come back. I just love having good conversations like this.
Like I said, this is the first time I've spoken in 4 years, and I was kind of worried about speaking. So
no, you're absolutely fine. You are absolutely fine. Don't you worry about it. For real. Did you think I was going to get you up here and get feisty on you or something?
No.
You never know, right?
Right. Well, we're all like that. We can have our good days and bad days. So
no, I enjoy talking to people that's easy to talk to, and it's always for the best conversation.
Right.
But definitely you guys go over and check out Twister stuff. And we definitely will get into some more conversations. I want to kind of pull up a map at another time, and maybe you can come up and help me understand that. I don't know what Crystal was talking about, unless she was talking about when they said that, and I don't know if it's true, allegedly, right, that Frank Light had, I think it was Nita Diver was going to go back and check a pond or something. Frank was working on, the fence at the church or something, and they said he wasn't very happy about Nita Diver being there.
Well, and that's another one that Cam set up, and I think Cam about put Nita Diver in a very dangerous situation with that.
Yeah, he shouldn't be. I mean, yeah. Oh, yes, because I think I remember, didn't they say something about he told Cam, why didn't you
Why didn't he warn him?
Yeah. Yeah.
And see, that's what I'm saying with Cam being on substances. He sent a man that done really good work into a very dangerous situation.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
And I'll tell Scott, you're welcome. I'm glad I could come up and talk.
I know. Maybe Scott can join us next time, Twister.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've seen him and he's probably seen me, but me and him have never sat down and talked or talked over YouTube or anything.
Right. Well, I want to be first. You and Scott.
Well, that'll work for me if Scott agrees to it, because
that'll be a good conversation where Remain Calm won't hear screaming, and everybody will be talking like adults, and it'll be so nice. It will.
It might break the internet that somebody's having a normal, peaceful conversation.
Well, people don't like that too much, Twister. They like that excitement, people getting a little feisty and kind of hollering at each other. They like that stuff.
Right. And like I said, Scott knows the area. I know the area. Like I said, I lived in Kingsport, and I've lived in Bulls Gap.
Right.
And there is places around where Don and Candace live that are just gravel roads, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can get in a lot of trouble real quick.
Yep. I agree. Scott's told me that before too, that some people, they don't want you on their property, and you may not even know that you're going on somebody's property till boom, it's right there in front of you.
Right, and that's the reason. That's the reason with my videos, the searching I've done is on the main road.
Right. Well, that's the thing too. Everybody who lived in the area were not bad people. What made people notice the bad people in the area was Don and Candace and who they hung around with.
Right.
They didn't, to me, when Don was like, yeah, we try to hang with the church people. I try to hang with the church people. And I'm like, then that you're not hanging with the right people from that area, because they know all the, they know all the people who, Don, he was like, that guy sells pills and that guy sells meth and da 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 da. And, everybody's a bad guy on each side of Don. He can tell you all the substance abusers and stuff, but he leaves himself out of that. He's like, look to the left and look to the right. Do not look at the center aisle, right? So, yeah, I have to say though, that's like me. I had Candace's number at one time and I went to call, and I say I chickened out, but my gut told me, don't go there. Do not go there. I never called the number back ever again. And I've never had a conversation with Dawn or Candace Wells. So
I
really don't. After they've said enough, I don't think there's anything else that, unless they said possibly what happened to Summer or where she could be found, then they ain't got nothing I need to hear.
Right. Well, the thing that, it might sound a little weird, but Candace talked about Summer loving that song, My House.
Yeah.
Candace and Dawn were from Utah, and they came into Beach Creek as strangers, and that song might fit them, and they just don't know it.
Right. Yeah, you're right. Well, I always said about that song that, I think I think Summer just loved music in general.
Right.
And, it was really weird when Don talked about the Godzilla, and he was like, yeah, she loved Godzilla, and people made fun of me about it. And I'm like, he took something that he said Summer loved and immediately made it about himself.
Right.
Made it about him looking. I'm like, why the fuck why would you look bad just because your daughter loved a song?
Yeah.
But he's
well, like I said, if something happened like an accident and they have sat there for 4 years and done what they've done and said what they've said, when they could have easily have come out and said, it was an accident, but I don't see how they could handle it being an accident and going on for 4 years like they have.
Yeah, it is kind of weird, isn't it? Right? It is really, really. I think we all want Summer found.
Yeah.
I really do think we all want Summer found.
Well, that's why I've told my wife, I've said, you know, I hope she's found soon because, I mean, for me, it just, all the stuff that they've done is heartbreaking to watch and hear and all this. And
Right. Well, there's nothing wrong with what you did. You went and, you know, they were making you a part of the clique until they wasn't anymore, which is,
right.
you know, I think, like you said, you know, Cam wanted you to hand over all your footage to him and he would release it any way he wanted to. That's not fair.
Right.
That wasn't fair to you to start with. I'm telling you, there were a lot, I can guarantee you, a lot of creators that were having locals do a lot of the legwork for them.
Yeah.
And, you know, they did want access to it to put it out the way they wanted to put it out.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like the flyers, I was the first one that bought them, and Cam wanted me to keep quiet and him get all the praise and all the money that the people were sending in. And that's the way it happened. I didn't get no money. And Cam had people cash apping him and
I'm sure he did.
PayPaling him, and
I'm sure he did. I am sure of it. No doubt about it.
But I mean, I don't see how quite a few of them could show their faces.
That's very true. I mean, 423 Chase, he's in jail, isn't he?
I don't know.
I thought he went to jail. He may have gotten out. I don't know.
If he is, I couldn't be any more happier for him.
Yeah, I believe, I can't remember what it was for. I'll have to get the receipt on that before I say what it is.
Well, like I said, I handed him $200 for the billboard, and I've got a written receipt from him for it.
Right. Well, okay, so you bought the flyers. Did he hand any out? Because you gave him some, right?
Yeah, I gave him some. I gave Cam some.
And they were handing them out?
Yeah, they were handing them out. That one video that Chase done where he was in the parking lot handing the flyers out, he wouldn't have had any if I wouldn't have gave him the flyers.
Yeah, that's messed up that they were taking, you know, and that says what type of person you are, that you didn't come out and publicly right away say, you know, I bought these and they're scamming money, because that wasn't at the top of your priority list for a while, was it?
Well, there was
looking for summer and stuff,
there,
right?
There was a couple of people that I tried to write. I mean, one YouTube creator, she's well known. I emailed her and told her about Cam and Chase scamming money and all that, and she ignored it. And then when Cam got busted and they lost their kids and all that, then she didn't want to have nothing to do with them.
Right. Well,
I mean, she would know who she is. I'm not going to bring her name up.
well,
She knows who she is.
I know who you're talking about too. And you know, the thing about it is, there are a lot of people that try to help creators if they're having a problem. There's creators who have, you know, bent over backwards to help other creators that, you know, just cause messes everywhere they go. And you know, I've seen that throughout, you know, Summer's case and before.
Yeah.
Summer's case, that, you know, and definitely in Summer's case, there's a lot of creators who, you know, I'll even mention one, Don B. Don B acts like he's got all those subs that everybody else is beneath him, right?
Right.
And he doesn't hesitate to tell people. He will tell people, I'm better than you. I'm better than you. Look at my sub count. And when it comes, that to me, he's just a piece of crap,
Yeah.
But there's very few creators that I really have a problem with on YouTube. I'm just an adult. If I don't care for a channel, I just don't watch them.
Well,
not at all.
I have a lot of them that I watch, but it ain't for them. I want to see if I can pick anything out of importance. And most of the time,
also, I pretty much know what creators that are going to, when they do talk about Summer's case, they're going to say something that means something to me. Right.
Right.
And that's how it is. I guess each person does have creators they go to that's going to, say something that's going to interest them. And then there's other creators, that no matter what they say, as far as with me, I ain't interested in a whole lot of nothing that a lot of them got to say, to be honest. So.
Well, like I said, a lot of them, I don't see how they can say anything and get money, and it might come down to one day she's found, they might have a memorial or something like that. Them creators could not show their faces.
Oh, they will. Fuck yeah, they will. They'll show their faces anyway.
And then you have
they'll be leading the memorial fund. Just wait and see.
Yeah. Well,
no shame. A lot of them have no shame.
Right. Well, what bothers me is you'll hear a lot of them, and there's a couple right now that are saying, because Summer's case, this has happened to me, and that's happened to me, and I've lost this because of Summer's case. No, they haven't. Summer didn't ask them to do stuff for her in her name.
Yep. She did not.
No, and they sit there and, well, I lost my marriage because of Summer, or this one done this because of Summer. And I'm like, you cannot blame that on nobody but yourself.
No, that's their grown adult selves doing that stuff to themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all it is to it. We sit and watch. We watch what happened, and these adult people decided that they didn't want to be adults anymore. So they were going to do stupid shit that really messed their lives up.
Yeah.
That didn't have anything to do with Summer.
I mean like Cam, he probably says because of this case. No, it wasn't because of this case. It was you were greedy and took all that money and put it into substances.
Right.
And you ruined your own self.
Well, what did you, okay, I know you had to hurry. You heard the Indiana story bullshit, right? Grandma had Summer in Indiana or whatever. Chase said it.
Yeah, that was one of Chase's things.
Who told him that? Do you know?
I do not know. He never discussed any of that with me.
Yeah, I would like the real answer to that, to who really told him that. So,
well, like I said, I believe that there is a couple that really know what happened, and they're sitting back and watching everybody on YouTube do what they do, and they're laughing about it, saying, these people think all this other stuff, and as long as they think it, they'll never really find out what happened.
Well, I think that, I mean, it like with Dawn and Candace, it got to a point where I didn't need to hear what they had to say anymore. I mean,
No,
I might listen if they say something, but I'm like, no, everything that you've set up to this point, I'm good. I don't need to hear you talk anymore.
right.
You
Well,
know, I
whoever,
don't give a shit if Candace is sleeping with men, women. I don't care. I
right,
mean, allegedly she had a thing for young boys, but that's allegedly, okay? I'm not going to say that, but that's factual. But
right.
so,
Well,
I mean,
the day after this happened, and Don said that he would see Summer in the resurrection,
yeah,
told me all I needed to know.
she's worth her weight in gold. He said that. Yeah, he has said a lot of things for sure. For sure.
And I don't see how he could neither one of them, how they can lay their heads down at night knowing what they've done and said and all
Well,
that.
I guess it's a little easier to do when you're wasted, right?
Right.
Easier to lay your head down and absolutely. Absolutely. All right, sweet pea, I'm gonna get off here.
All righty.
Please feel free to come up anytime you want. All you gotta do is say, drop me the link, lady.
All right. And maybe one day I can talk to KK.
Yeah, I don't know where she's at. I think she's got stuff going on right now.
She does.
It's pretty messed up.
I mean, I don't know, but
yeah, it was just, I mean, that whole situation is just a messed up situation for real. I mean, I love her to pieces, but there's a couple other creators been kind of handling it with her, so they'll take care of business, I'm sure.
And the sad thing of it again, it comes back to they'll say because of Summer's case, this happened.
Right. Yeah. Kind of crazy. All right, Guy, I'm going to throw you off here.
All right.
Thank you, Twister.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And feel free to come up again. I really enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. Later.
Bye.
Okay, you guys, I'm getting off here. Thank you, Twister. I really enjoyed that conversation. I did. I'm so glad you came up. For sure. Scott H., don't be a chicken next time. Bring your little skinny butt up here. No, I appreciate that conversation so much. It was so nice. We'll finish the Phoebe Australia. The link is in the description. Like I said, you guys can go finish checking that out. It's a pretty good one. She's got some interesting stuff in that video. I think I put someone else's up there too. I can't remember because I try to put them in my description. And even if I don't get to them, then the link's in my description. So later, Scott. Thank you, Twister. Thanks, Deb. Thank you guys for being here with me so long. I know I keep saying I'm not going to do it, and I always do it. It's because y'all are in here and we have good conversation. I am getting off here and going to fix me a hot cup of tea for my throat because I've been talking so much, and I'm sure y'all sick of hearing me already. I'm getting off here. Peace out, you guys. And justice for Summer. Justice for Summer Moon Utah Wells. Thank you.